Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, I got mine, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama, and today's court is sponsored by hangovers. Don't drink that last glass of wine, even if you really want to. That's my advice for all of you today. I'm feeling a little rough. So you're welcome. You're welcome for that advice. And this morning we have with us the lovely Annie again. Good morning, babes. Good
Good
morning.
morning. Look, I unmuted first this time.
Oh, look at you. So proud. You're growing. You're growing.
I'm
You're going to
growing.
nail it by the time you have that baby. And it's not useful anymore. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning, Amy Beth. I hope you guys are ready for day 12 of the Karen retrial. I am.
I got my notebook ready. It's gonna be fine.
You got the notebook ready? What did I see? I saw, I saw somebody, see, that's the thing, right? Is after we get off air, I finally go read all the things people send me, and I'll be like, oh, I'll remember that for tomorrow. I do not remember it for tomorrow. You think I would just get used to it. Oh, the lovely Buffy had posted a TikTok video for us, and it was Ellen Jackson, talking about Karen Reed and the lawyers are all pro bono, all of them. And he was very
Yeah.
passionate about it. It was very interesting. It was a minute long. It was on TikTok. I don't have TikTok, so I guess look for it on there. I don't know how to tell you to look for it on TikTok. But he said, the defense would be in the millions of dollars for those kind of lawyers and whatnot. But he was very passionate and said, they were going to keep fighting because they believe she's being railroaded by the government. And I just thought that was really, really something, because that's usually
A
not how that
normal.
works. No, sometimes you can get pro bono lawyers for the first one, but after that, and
All 11.
yeah,
I watched it
incredibly
this morning.
generous.
Poor Buffy sent it, what, yesterday? 2 days ago? I don't know.
I think it was, I don't know. I think it was last night or this morning. I don't know.
Oh.
I'm barely functioning today, you guys. But yeah, that's really unheard of. And I'm going to go with, maybe it's because they're older lawyers, so perhaps they can afford to, they've already had very long, successful careers, so they can afford that time and energy to do that. But I thought that was really amazing of the defense team. And Karen does pay for everything else, though, the expert witnesses and things like that. I heard, that there is crowdsourcing, or has been, probably still is, for her defense. But, that really says something about this case. It really does. That a lot of people support her in this and what's happening. So I thought that was really, really interesting and fascinating, because we just don't see it that often. Oh, there's another thing. I know the first thing it was, again, it came from Miss Buffy, because she's the best at sharing things. She made sure to tag me last night. I didn't see it till late last night, but at some point in the evening, she tags me, and the Celebrate stock went down yesterday.
That's right.
Which is hilarious. As it should. As it should. I mean, gosh, we've learned so much about Celebrate and perhaps its unreliableness. Because they're like, oh, it's left up to interpretation of, whoever's using it. And it's like, oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. There can't be that much interpretation, I feel, in something as serious as this, right? Because if you're in trouble with a crime, whether it's a low crime or a high crime, like murder, like, it changes your whole life. That's a lot of responsibility there. So I heard the internet's tearing her apart. The Celebrate lady. What was her name?
Well, I mean, at one
Hyde.
point, she literally said, granted, so they said, they were asking, I rewatched part of that today. They were asking her um, basically about some of the times that she'd stated, and she said that it was up to interpretation. It's based on how you interpret the data, which is fair, but I mean, that pretty much leaves it, there are multiple answers you could get at that point. It's not like there's one hard, fast. Um, it's not one fact. There are multiple options that it could be, and she just chose one to show and talk about. So she literally said it was up for interpretation.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
That's a problem.
Sorry, I had to yell
When you're
at little
stating
Llama to get going for school.
no, when you're stating it as a fact, but it is up for interpretation, that pulls into question, in my opinion, your credit.
I would
Yeah.
agree. Look at your cat just mounting
I
on
know.
the table to the floor with that thud. Oh my goodness. Lady in Gray says, that's what I think people forget. The Commonwealth or state is the government, and we, the people, should hold them to a very high standard and make sure they meet that high standard to convict anyone. And I strongly agree. That's why I watch trials, because it's very, you can kind of see how it works, and you'll quickly see it's not fair across the board. I know Mr. Brennan says, well, things are unfair. Well, you know what? It's not fair for a lot of people across the board. For all different reasons, right? Your location, your social status, your class status. It's a mess, but I enjoy it anyway. A pizza and waffles. Yeah, I had missed that testimony yesterday of Miss Hyde, and apparently she like was comparing it to if you went to a restaurant and the data thing, which Buffy also shared, because I was like, I don't know what y'all are talking about. All right, I do not recall this at all, but it was when I had my appointment yesterday. So, but she was like,
It was hard to
describe.
follow.
It was very hard to
It was
follow.
really hard to follow.
I was like, okay. As a former server, I was just like, this still makes no sense. I can't relate. And I feel like it was something that she teaches her students, which okay, but I don't think that works for the jury who really doesn't know what you're talking about. So I'm sure it makes sense in her classroom. It didn't make sense for me watching it. It was very interesting. Interpretation is influenced by bias. Yes, correct. And didn't this lady say that she used to work for the Axiom company? The other, I don't remember. I think she said she used
Axiom
to
was
work for,
brought up. Yeah.
yeah, because Ian Whiffen worked for Celebrite, but then he used his own tools, but he was associated with them. And I believe she said she used to work for the Axiom Axiom Matrix, or I don't know what it was called. Um, which I don't know how I feel about that. It was very confusing. It was very confusing. She thought it would simplify things, but smart people next were still confused and hungry. Hungry. Well, it was right before lunch, so I wonder what the
Even
jury got to eat.
even Gigi, because I was rewatching one of her recaps this morning, trying to like gain something that I just couldn't yesterday. And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she was like, I watched it four or five times, and I just can't get to the meat of this one. I'm like,
Mm-mm.
well, I guess okay. That
Yeah,
was like the
no,
third or fourth video that I watched a recap was this morning.
right? And you're like, okay, so it wasn't just me.
No, it was not just us. Not at
Sometimes I
all.
do that too. I'm like, am I the dumb dumb? I don't know. Let's go see. Oh, everybody's not getting it either. Okay, okay, I feel better about myself now. Um, yeah, we don't know who's going to be on. Hey, my ex users. Is there any word on who's going to be testifying today? X seems to know quicker than anything else. So, um, I hope I hope we get one of the investigators, either Lank, um, Trooper Paul, or Proctor. But what were y'all talking about last night? I feel like somebody was talking about they said people were discussing, were y'all watching Lawyer, last night or something, where he was talking about perhaps Brennan's not going to be calling very many people and
Maybe.
ending the state early and, you know,
Uh-huh. I think it
be,
was Lady in Gray who mentioned it.
I think, yeah, oh, I
Oh,
need
it
to
might have
stop.
been Amy.
I just need a secretary. Just put together something for me every morning. Oh my goodness.
I
Um,
see.
excuse me. um, but basically, they were saying the strategy was the case not, or the state not presenting very much, and then when it's defense turn, Brennan, ask a lot of leading questions, and that makes sense of why they would bring on a defense attorney, because I think we're gonna, if that's the case, well, even if it's not the case, I think when it's the defense's case, I think we're gonna see a different Brennan. Um, I mean the jury, because they don't see the motions and pretrial motions ahead of time. But if he is anything like he was with the ARCA voir dire, whoo boy, he's gonna be interesting to watch. He apparently does have some sassy personality to him. Um, but I also feel like if the prosecution doesn't call any of the Alberts or McCabe's, minus Jen's already been on, because that's what y'all were talking about. He may not call anybody else that was in the house that night, which is when we watched Lori Vallow, literally every one of the jurors was like, we were waiting for the people in this story to come testify, and they never did. They didn't know they were all dead. But when you keep mentioning certain names over and over and over again, you kind of got to
Hmm.
bring those people to the stand. Otherwise, I feel like you're then hiding something from us. It was a comment by Peter. Okay, so it was by Lawyer, and it does make sense. I mean, you could do it. I don't know if that's I mean, I guess they have nothing to do but take risk at the state anyway. But I don't know if it'll go over well. If I was on that jury, I'd be like, okay, well, you guys keep talking about this house, keep saying he wasn't in it. And what
Hmm.
are we supposed to do? Just take freaking Jim McCabe's when we just
Word for it.
like reamed a detective for just taking Jen McCabe's thing, and you want the jury to just take her word for that? Like, that's crazy. But I'm interested to see, you know, I'm interested to see what the game plan is, because prosecution's case sucks. Okay. And it sucks in the way that it's how they're telling it. They're
Hmm.
making it so confusing. Their witnesses are all over the place. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. Good morning, JT. Good morning. Good morning. Lady and Grace says, I don't see how Brennan can justify not calling at least the homeowners. I agree. I agree. Especially when we know that the homeowner is a cop.
I mean, the man was found on the property.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even just yes, it's the homeowners, but like the property owners where the man's body was found.
Hmm. And think about it. We do know that the defense's strategy, their defense's defense, is third party culprit. So if prosecution doesn't bring Brian Albert, because I think from what I've listened of the defense in this trial is their third party culprit. They can't outright say it, but it looks like they're pointing their fingers at Brian Alberts and Brian Higgins, because
Uh
they
huh.
slightly nudged it that way, because I don't think they're allowed to name names,
Hmm.
but prosecution's kind of going to need to put them on there, right? Otherwise, that really kind of helps the defense in their third party,
It
because I'd be like, why are
absolutely
these
helps
people
the
there?
defense.
What do they
Like,
have to hide?
I would be surprised if they didn't. I mean, whatever. I think some of their choices have been ridiculous so far, so I won't be that
Oh,
surprised.
for sure. Very ridiculous. Very ridiculous indeed. Um, but if Brennan wants to make the his case in chief shorter, I mean, I'm all for it. I want to hear the defense's case more than
Agreed.
anything, to be quite honest.
100%.
I want to hear all their witnesses and I want to hear their experts, and I want them to give me a freaking timeline of events that makes sense. You know, tell me
Well,
a
and I
story
hope
that
they
makes
do that.
sense. That I don't see why they should.
But so I'm excited for the defense case in chief because obviously when I was watching the recap and everything, I
Mm-hmm.
forgot that one of the first three things in the opening for the defense that he said, or the opening arguments, was like, there was not a crash, there was not a crash, there was not a crash. Paraphrase. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm just so interested. I thought that he was hammering that home, and I can't wait to see him do it again because I mean, so
Yeah.
far all we've heard about is crash, 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 crash.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's going to be really interesting. Hi, it's not about you this morning.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I still, as we're watching, I can't even believe they brought this to a retrial. I'm very surprised. It's crap. It's crap. A lot of
I
things are tainted by incompetence.
I agree.
How embarrassing.
Yeah.
Lady in Gray says jury Ronnie said the jury found the Commonwealth witnesses credible. So what is Brennan afraid of? Oh, like from the first trial? Is that what you mean? I did hear that they found, but they also had like what 100 people come on. So like that makes things fuzzy. I mean, the
they got
prosecution has had what, maybe 4 or 5 witnesses where I'm like, okay. And they weren't big dogs in the fight. You know, they were Michael, John's friend, the brother sister couple. Well, no, not the brother sister couple. No, sorry. The
I'm so
brother,
sorry.
the brother Nagel, but his girlfriend at the time, who were a couple but were in the truck while they were waiting for his sister. You know, they seemed credible. They didn't have a dog in anything. They don't care. As a matter of fact, Nagel didn't help with the timeline at all. Even though Brennan kept trying to be like, "Hey, are you sure that's the time you were there?" And he was like, "Yep, it is." He's like, "Are you sure though? Because I needed to be a little earlier." Oh, you know what, guys? I didn't even pull up court today.
Good morning. Ooh,
Good morning, indeed. Get it together, Llama.
oh my gracious.
The meteorologist guy, I found him to be credible. So here's that. Hold on, let me look for the stream for today. Thank you for being
Ooh,
patient.
do you have
Do
snacks this morning while you think about that? I
do
have
I?
cinnamon
Oh,
rolls.
oh, nice. Well, we got the ceiling fan, so that's nice.
Ceiling fans, a loud cat, and the husband gets home.
We'll put you over there and share screen. Okay, there we go. We got the ceiling fan. Even though it's not going to start for like another 8 minutes, but ooh, why is it so blurry looking? That's a them
Yeah, why
problem.
did
No,
yeah.
no, that's a them problem.
Mm.
Now, for those that watched the first trial, how many weeks did defense put on their case? I'm curious. So, if you guys know how long his case was from last time. Good morning, Lacey.
Good
Good
morning, Claire.
morning. Mo Freedom says Reed is guilty as sin. Only reason police are so sloppy was because they had her confession in hot complacement. Then Daddy Reed put up his retirement money to defend this lousy drunk. Well, we're all entitled to our own opinions, Mo Freedom, but I don't know if I agree with you there. But welcome, and thank you for sharing your opinion. Everybody's opinions are welcome here.
Agreed.
I think 2 weeks or so. Okay. All right. So they put on a fairly long case in chief for defense then. Okay. That's pretty lengthy. Um, so we should expect maybe a longer one from them this time around. Could be. Um, but yeah, so that's interesting.
Oh, today's day 12, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Goodness.
It is day 12. How many
Goodness.
days is 6 to 8 weeks? I don't know.
Well, we're not even halfway
I
done,
guess it would
so
be like, if
there's
it
a
was
lot to
5
come.
days, I guess I'd be looking at 30 to 40 days. So we could build an ark in this time. Just build an ark.
Okay,
Um,
leaving Graham.
at most, I think they had 5 witnesses. That was it. It was 9 weeks total. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Um, sorry. Just never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna be on my best behavior. Oh goodness. Anyway.
Let's see.
Oh, you guys, I do have an announcement. There is not going to be a True Crime and Wine Time live tonight. Some things came up, but we will return next Thursday. Apologize, but we won't be doing that tonight, so it'll just be Couch Court with Llama today, and then we'll go into next week. So I forgot to make that announcement. Also, you guys, if you haven't liked this video yet, please do. It lets everyone know that we're live and to come watch us and hang out with us. Also, please hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live. Because we do have other shows besides Couch Court with Llama. Now we're here 8:30 a.m. Eastern every morning, but we have Midday Missing and True Crime and Wine Time and members only, things like that. So make sure you subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss when we're on, because we love hanging out with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I don't see any updates on X yet.
Defense case in chief will be, well, Lady in Gray thinks defense case in chief will be longer this time. I think CW will be shorter than the last time. It makes sense that it would be. It makes sense that it would be. Um, but again, how does a juror justify prosecution bringing all the, or I'm sorry, defense bringing all these witnesses and prosecution not bring, including an ME? Ooh, okay. You know, defense is not, it doesn't need to and shouldn't have to put on their own defense, but here we are in cases like this. Oh boy.
Hmm.
Oh, no, I was just excited. It doesn't matter. Bev will be like, we're all here.
Let's see.
Counsel, will you meet me up here for a sidebar? It'll be exactly like that every single time,
Exactly. As soon as she walks in.
right? I think it'll hurt the Commonwealth that defense calls these witnesses. Yeah, I do. I don't. It'd be weird. It would be very, very weird and suspicious, especially since we know that their defense strategy is third-party culprit. So we'll see.
Trooper Buchanan is rumored to be
Buchneck,
on the
the one,
stand.
the B.
Yes. Yeah. Is rumored to be on the stand today.
That makes sense. They have been talking about him a lot yesterday.
Good morning, 80s.
Buchanan. Hi, 80s. Good morning. Good morning, 80s. All right, let me go ahead. I'm just going to make this banner if it is that guy. Because it's going to be all new witnesses today.
I had to search for that one. Good grief. Let's see.
Oh, Yuri. Yuri. That's a weird way to spell Yuri with a Y at the end.
Oh, I see Yuri, but that doesn't mean anything.
That's what I think too. I'm just going to spell it the normal way. Isn't this the one that Proctor's saying he's not the lead investigator? Isn't it like between him and the Buchanan guy?
Mm,
as like the
I think so, but they
leads.
also got Keith to admit yesterday, if I listened correctly, they got Keith to admit that he was the lead
Yeah,
yesterday. Okay.
that Proctor was. Hmm.
Yes, sorry, that Proctor was.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty much the whole reason. Well, he was just there to poor guy. He's just like, oh, I just got to go to court to open up all these packages and display it like Vanna White to the
And
jury,
say,
and that's my job. And then the defense is like, oh, we're ready.
poor guy
um,
was not prepared.
I don't think he was that prepared. Well, and he started to be like, oh, are you guys trying to one up me? And I don't, he didn't, I don't think he realized what they were doing. They weren't trying to criticize him doing his job. They just needed him to admit that Proctor was the lead investigator and that Keefe was at the autopsy. And then they said something about Proctor wanting or getting a hold of the Emmy earlier or after or something like that. I don't know. It's basically they're asking questions. So when they question
Hmm.
Proctor later, it'll be like, ooh, because that guy seemed credible. I mean, he seems, I didn't have a problem with that guy.
Jordan
Proctor
Boy
was
states
the
he's being
lead.
told,
What?
as in, Jordan Boy states that he's being told Proctor will not be called by the Commonwealth and that they are almost done with their case. We'll
Are
see.
you freaking kidding me?
No. No. How are they almost okay? Ooh, that. Ooh. Okay. I don't know what
I
almost
mean,
means, but
don't get me wrong. Proctor, not great.
they
Not
have
great.
like yeah. They have to.
But yeah, they have to call him. But listen, this is what you're defending, okay? You're defending a shitty fucking investigation by this guy who has tie. They brought him up too much to not.
Yeah.
I'm
We'll
not saying you
see.
guys are wrong. We obviously the prosecution's a freaking hot mess.
Yeah.
It
We don't
seems,
know.
but would it surprise me? No, actually, you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't, if they weren't like, we're done today.
Yeah.
But you know,
No more
when they
questions.
had all these witnesses and the prosecution doesn't call some of the main people, there's a problem with your case. There's a big
Mm-hmm.
problem. A big, big problem.
We'll see.
Well, they still have their Emmy. They haven't proved he is hit by a car. Is he going to put it all in as evidence as rebuttal? Maybe. Oh, what were they talking about yesterday? Oh, it was before they brought on Hyde. They were talking, and uh, Bev said, "Oh, well, maybe that's a better thing to bring up in rebuttal or whatever." I didn't know she was talking about, the prosecution rebuttal after the two case and all that thing, or she just meant like cross exam. I don't know what she meant by that. Right? He signed up for this. He signed up for it. No, so normally prosecutors don't sign up for cases. They're just assigned cases, usually, and you have to do them because that's your job. Unlike, defense attorneys, if you're a public defender, you get assigned cases, of course, but if you're a private attorney, you take on whoever you want when you want. Um, Brennan is a special prosecutor because he's actually a defense attorney. So,
You can tell. You can tell.
again, why do you need somebody with a defense attorney kind of attitude and what to bring in a prosecutor when you have
Mm-hmm.
tons of probably prosecutors on your staff? And you're like, no,
At your
we're going to need to bring
disposal.
this in. And then he's not going to present very many witnesses, and then he's going to do them out of order. Like, oh my goodness. Ooh, we see a light now. It moved from the ceiling fan to the light.
Well, I don't understand why they. Oh, they're moving again.
Yeah,
Okay, back to the fan. That
back
was
to
a
the fan.
pointless trip.
Neat.
Let's see what else we can find on X. All of you X users are fantastic. I love gleaning all the things from you.
I like you, but I'm still not getting social media for any of you. So just so you know, it's not happening. That's why I have all of you.
All your couch potatoes.
Yes, all my couch potatoes. You guys are so helpful. Wouldn't rebuttal be limited to contradict the defense witnesses, or can they introduce new evidence? I've not seen a case trial quite like this. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I'm not really sure. I think they can like recall whoever they want. But I don't think they can put new people on, if that makes sense. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a legal expert or a lawyer. So you don't really see cases like this one very often. Um,
Pull up the spreadsheet. I don't know how to pull that yet.
what, the timeline spreadsheet?
And the witness list, the everything spreadsheet. I don't know who made it. Whoever you are, phenomenal.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal. I got jokes this morning, everybody. Just kidding. Just kidding.
That was cute, actually. That was cute.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Buffy, if you're watching, for sending that.
That's what I think, because the defense only gets one shot, right? They just get their case in chief. Because it goes prosecution case in chief, defense case in chief, prosecution rebuttal, then closing arguments, where then prosecution gets to go first, and then defense, and then prosecution gets to go again. Which is ridiculous, if you ask me. Like, I don't understand why the state gets more chances. But that's just how it works. So I don't believe that the defense gets a rebuttal or anything like that. Here you go. I'll pop it up, but I'm telling you what, Bev is just going to say it, y'all. Counsel.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Yeah, we're right out the gate, yo.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning.
This is great. This may be the earliest we've got started. So
Yeah, girl.
I appreciate everybody being ready to go right away. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left it? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Buchanan.
Yeah. Checked out. I like it. Okay, we're good. Oh, he's here to open up presents too.
Buchanan is what he said, right?
Please, the court.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
You solemnly swear the evidence to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became
Thanks, I forgot to get rid of that.
State Police Trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Derp.
Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
There we go.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why'd you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I,
You can finish this next one, just a minute. Go ahead. You can-
decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When were you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death, is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect. All those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives, and when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper, and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes, before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes, every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in a snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in a snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Thank you, JT.
Yes.
When and where?
Thank you.
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department,
9:15 is what he said, yeah.
safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton Police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing's always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because, based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long, or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subject.
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut, laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm, on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cuts, scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Are they
Do you know
using
about what
him
time it was
instead
that
of
you
the
visited
ME?
Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection.
Sustained.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his
Who'd you go see?
the defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that, did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle, or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be...
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it would be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dayton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and the defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So.
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
Yes.
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow-colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, May I approach briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, maybe if they had body cams, Lady in Gray. Crazy. Sidebar. First sidebar of the morning. You guys, we started court right away with the jury, and we just now are getting a sidebar. They are moving along today.
I know, I'm kind of
I am
pleased.
very thankful. I am very thankful for them. So is it just me, or so far are they using Yuri for the medical examination sort of thing? Because that was the vibe I was getting, was let's
Those
use
are all
him
the
to tell a story.
points.
They do.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't recall, like, in other trials where an officer doesn't usually describe the body at the like they'll describe the body maybe at the scene or something like that, but it was very interesting. So I think they might be using him for that. And then somebody else said using him for something else, and I was like, yes. Oh, it was JT. He said, is it just me, or is he focusing on the rules of what he can or can't say, kind of guarding the story more with him than anybody else? Yes, I am getting that vibe as well, especially in regards to Proctor. So,
I don't see Dad again today, right?
no, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Oh, so that's Aaron. That's his wife. I know people look different every day. I know you guys said she was there the other day, but okay, interesting. um, how are y'all feeling about this guy? And Lady in Gray said, well, why didn't he take a picture? I agree. But if they would have had body cams, we probably wouldn't be here. Well, I mean, be here as in like shitty investigations and all of that jazz. Lady in Gray says the Dighton LEO said in trial 1, it seemed to be missing a, quote, small piece. Yuri just said, quote, a large piece. Which is it? It's a very good... Oh, I don't know about the first trial, but I can see how that can be a discrepancy for people that watched it the first time. That's interesting. Oh, some hot goss. Lady in Gray says Jess Mikado said that Erin is wearing her wedding ring. LOL, yeah, she tosses in a little courtroom gossip once in a while. I mean, let's be honest. We all like a little courtroom gossip, don't we? I do, because I'm nosy. I'm nosy. Sorry guys, I'm so tired today. It's a slow coffee morning. But they brought up Proctor so much even with this guy that I feel like they still need to, prosecution still needs to call him. So we'll see. I think I said Monday that I was like, ooh, I hope we get Proctor Thursday and Friday. So maybe my wish will come true. Good morning, Sammy Sunshine. Good morning. Good morning. We have Trooper, well, Sergeant? I don't know. He works for the state police. Supervisor Yuri Buchanek on the stand. That's who's on the stand today. Zoe cannot decide what she wants to do this morning. She's driving me crazy. Starts waving around your wand and spreading sparkles for the Llama wish. I mean, don't we want to end this week a little spicy? I know I do. Did he give us any useful info yet? Not quite. He talked about his career and history forever. Then they talked about how he saw John's body in the hospital after, he was declared dead, and that he examined the body, which it's my opinion that they're trying to use Yuri here to play the role of medical examiner, even though they were like, you have no medical, and he's like, yeah, I don't, but I have years of experience. So that's why I think they're using him to discuss the body. And then now they're at the point where him and Trooper were, excuse me, him and the Trooper were going to whose house is it? Anyway, her vehicle's there, the Lexus is there, and Yuri just said, oh, I saw a missing taillight. That's kind of where we are in this story. I'm sure there was more in between, but that's what I took away from it. Lady in Gray says, after those Proctor texts came out in February 24, Proctor was put on the back shelf, even in trial 1, but they still ended up calling him in the end. Yeah. I don't see how you don't, but we'll see.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to give
asking for
a
one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless, from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange, but...
Without the commentary. After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Objection.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No,
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Objection. May we approach the victim?
Okay.
Which cat is that, Annie?
Nani.
Nani. Nani wants to be on camera.
She really did. Did you see her like knock into me?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Anyway, I had to relocate because my husband is working from home for the whole week,
Fun.
which
Fun.
I love. I do love when he works from home, but
Mm-hmm.
goodness gracious, they just call all day. They just need to talk to him.
Ugh,
All the time.
rude. Why do people
You're
have to
just
do their
like,
jobs? Ugh, gross.
I know. Ugh.
Gross.
And
Gross.
anyway, this morning I was like, "Hey, do you have any calls?" And he's like, "No, I don't."
Oh,
Ma'am.
oh, how cute
May
is
I
she?
help you?
I love that. Oh, good morning, Terry.
Good morning.
We're just
Honey.
at another sidebar here.
I'm sorry. This is the real star of the show. It's Couch Court with Cats. Sorry, Llama.
That's okay. That's okay. Couch court with cats. I mean, why not? I'm allergic to cats, but I think they can be on a show. There's enough distance, I suppose. Oh,
Ridiculous.
what are your opinions, Nani?
Not enough snacks and pets.
She's like, I don't
Who
think
cares
she's
about this
proud of
trial?
her.
I'm going to strike the last
Right.
portion of that testimony.
Ooh.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my,
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department
Where was Mr. Proctor?
in my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also serve as the crime scene services section provides. We would if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or sally port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dayton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sallyport garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate
I'm
putting yellow.
going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
Good
Helped put up yellow caution tape
morning, Shankar.
around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
No, I did not.
I'll sustain it.
It's a strike.
I'll strike that, ask me it differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally.
Objection.
I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, Sergeant.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
Son Coda, good morning.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to share, exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat, and at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes, the heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the search team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the search team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 84.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to January 29, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
I see.
office.
They remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the District Attorney's office in the State Police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
Package time.
I'd
He
move this
brought a
item
whole
into
bin
evidence.
of packages.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right?
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead, Sergeant.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It sounded like she said skippity 5.
Did you learn during your conversations with the search team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photograph relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury? Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked? What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Okay. Weird part to call that. That's a clean ass sneaker. That's exactly what I was thinking too. Like maybe he must have just got those. They're in pretty good looking shape for, being used and all of that. So I was wondering why my coffee wasn't really kicking in. And that's because Elbow Feet opened a bag of dark Sumatra coffee. So, in case you don't know, the darker the coffee, the less caffeine that's in it. So that's fun.
Elbow Feet.
That's fun. It was close to the only one we had without him grinding up beans, but still.
That's fair. But oh, you have a bean grinder? It tastes so much better that way.
Yeah.
We got one.
I think it's interesting because it does seem like Yuri's, in a way, defending Michael Proctor in some of these questions, and they have to be like, oof, let's not talk about him. Let's not go there. Grind the beans. Beans for everybody.
Was he super defensive of Proctor last trial? Like, does he just think it's the same situation and they're trying to be like, bro.
I don't know.
So,
You wash your sneakers anytime they get a smudge? Wow.
Terry, I want to be you when I grow up.
Who does it?
Apart from the pink, my pink will be blue, but I want to be as organized and put together and just my shoes. Sometimes I clean them with like a magic eraser.
I didn't even mean to click on that comment. I meant to click on Shunka's that was right above it. So that was something.
Oh my gosh. I just saw it.
I mean, I used to grind all the time, grind beans. Not MTV's The Grind, which is kind of funny because you guys can't see it, but I am wearing an old MTV Music Television shirt today. But anyway, Ina doesn't know what I'm talking about. I used to grind beans when I used like a refillable Keurig, because that was easier. But making a whole pot of coffee it's a lot of work.
Terry.
So.
We got one for our wedding so I used to manage a bakery, and my baristas that were in my staff got me a grinder for my wedding. I was like, you guys are the best. They also got me the black mugs, and some coffee, but I was so grateful. Good people.
It is fun. It is fun to grind them. Terry and Amos, you're gonna have to be put on a timeout.
I know.
You're out of control. It is 10:30 in the morning.
It's too early for this nonsense.
I'm just kidding. How are you feeling about Mr. Yuri here? Are you taking notes for him?
I am, yes.
Oh, okay. Because I definitely would like to review those.
It's nothing crazy so far. Did they say he was Proctor's supervisor?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so.
Yes.
I'm going to erase my question mark here real quick. There we go.
Jurors will take our morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everything is great and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11:00.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Half-hour break, but I think they're going to be arguing in front of us.
Okay. Oh, Captain has arrived.
Yes. Good morning, Cabot.
Good morning, Dad. Good morning, Cap.
Yeah, they said they were going to be like discussing things. So I think, oh, goodness, I'll tell you what.
Oh my gracious.
Warm.
Just let me know and I'll come right back out.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
I think it will facilitate things. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
All right.
What are you doing? Okay, so I guess it's not going to be goodbye. I guess it's not going to be in front of her eyes. So
Okay.
it looks like the defense and prosecutor are going to be going through that evidence together. Maybe? I don't know. I'm going to make a new ticker banner thing. Court is at recess until 11
Oh,
and
excuse me. Good grief.
I know, gosh, get it together.
I know.
Anyway, that's not what I wanted. One job, Llama. One job. Get it together, girl.
We both need to get it together.
I know, right?
Gracious.
So let's go back to your Yuri notes.
Yeah, one sec.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's fine. Do.
I return.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I hit a button. Now I gotta go
Oh,
back. Hold on.
Terry True Crime says your lips are on fire again today.
Thank you. It's okay. This one is a Rihanna lipstick, and it's I don't know that she makes it anymore. I think I got it like 5 years ago, and I just rarely ever use it. But it's called Spanked. So it's I don't usually share the name of that one because people are like, oh.
You guys, it is 10:30 in the morning. All
I
right.
know.
Today's a loss already. Everybody apparently is very thirsty.
I know.
It's Thursday.
But thank you. Thank you.
Oh, goodness. Let's see.
Okay. I don't know that I have anything that's really good right now. Just kind of some of the facts that he stated, like that he was shown, the broken cocktail glass, that they were given John O'Keefe's cell, they were given the solo cup blood samples. Also, I was another person that didn't question that whole red solo cup blood samples thing. They just seemed to have received it and said, "Okie dokie, this is great." Anyway,
Nice.
like, well,
Did you happen to write
didn't,
down what he claimed Karen said when they went to pick up the car?
No,
Oh, damn.
I didn't.
Okay, because I missed part of that. I know I heard, and I'm a little fuzzy. Maybe you can help out, chat. So he says when him and Proctor go pick up the car or whatever, he made some statements that Karen apparently said. I think one of them was about, she was talking about how John had already hurt his head or something like that.
Something new
which
that we
doesn't make
haven't
any
heard.
sense. Yeah. I don't want chat's help today. I know. Look at who I just asked. That's true. They're derailed this morning. They're out of control. You need to hose them all
It's
down.
not even mine.
But yeah, I feel like he said something about how she was like, yeah, John was talking about how he hit his head the other day and whatever. And I was like, okay, that's weird. But the only person that said that is Yuri, which they didn't record anything. It's crazy.
I did write down one of the comments Buffy made because I wanted to come back to it.
Sure.
Keith yesterday said that they had no theory for the case during this time, and Buchanan said that they had one when they got to the hospital. So that's an interesting comment. Good job, Buffy.
Buffy's getting all the
so I wonder,
gold stars today.
I know.
All the credit for everything.
Buffy's great.
She is great. We love her. We love all of you, actually.
But beyond that, most of the stuff that I got initially written down is just like some of the kind of boring facts that he said that I thought might, somebody might disagree with later. So
yeah.
Who knows?
Who do you think's doing Cross? Jackson?
I hope so. I think Jackson. I think so. I think that's what I've seen on the Twitterverse, the X, whatever they call it now. But
okay, I hope it is. But we don't see Annette talk a lot, so. But I think Jackson, he's done all the other cops too, I think, so that makes sense. I want to know why they're going through whatever they are with this witness. That seems like something I thought that they would have
I would be interested to hear his testimony from last year, from the first trial.
Okay.
I mean, has it changed at all? Is it the same stuff?
That's a good question. We can add Yuri to our list of things to watch.
Well, fine with that.
The rumor is it'll be AJ. Ooh, nice.
Oh dear.
Terry says we need someone to make note of funnies so we can make Annie onesies with funnies. I don't know if our funnies are appropriate to put
You know, I don't know
on
that
a baby.
a 2-month-old should be wearing a what did you say earlier? Spanked bean?
Spanked bean. It's flick. You said
No,
spank.
I
It was your
know.
lipstick.
No. It was said.
Well,
It was said
I
by
don't know.
the lovely true crime.
The lovely true crime. Oh, probably. Probably so.
Amy said, I disagree. It's totally appropriate.
So,
Oh,
whatever the
anyway.
prosecution's doing with this guy, they might be using him so that way they don't have to call other people.
As
That's
the
what I think
Emmy,
is
you
happening.
think? I know you said that earlier. That's ridiculous. That's not what he does.
Right, but they also have tried to be like, look, Proctor and Yuri were together the whole time. So why would you need to
hear from Proctor?
They were same story, right? So maybe that's a strategy there. I don't know if that's good enough for me, but I think maybe with some of the things we talked about this morning, it's not.
It's absolutely not.
No, it's not. I need a Red Bull.
I think I'm yawning again.
Me too.
I promise I sleep, y'all. I think that maybe I'm just not getting enough air. I don't know how yawning works.
Probably.
I feel like there's something with like you need anyway. You're not getting enough air. You yawn sometimes.
It's okay. I almost choked on my own like saliva earlier. It was weird. Don't you hate that? I'm like, you're just breathing all normally, and then all of a sudden it's like
your body's trying to kill you.
God, what is happening? Yeah.
Anyway,
I survived it. I'm a survivor. Oh my goodness.
Good grief.
Oh goodness, you guys. What do you guys think about Yuri?
Mr.
And Buchanek, thank you. Buchanek. Sincoda says, I think he sounds same as last trial, except he seems pissed that Proctor was fired. I kind of got that a little bit of a protective vibe from him in regards to a lot of defending, if you will, subtly, but I get that vibe as well.
Oh my gracious! Everybody's gonna fall asleep because of
each other back. Yeah, way to go. He seems pretty happy to be there. I mean, so far with the prosecution, I think his demeanor is going to change. When defense comes up to play, so we'll see. Are you just yawning off camera? I think she is.
No, I was trying to wipe my eyes.
Oh,
but I didn't want to be on here and somebody come and then I'm just like you know. Crying.
What are you talking about? After like 2 hours, my eyeliner, my mascara look like a raccoon by like 11 every day.
Oh, good
my
grief.
Goodness.
Shunka, our baby moon was our trip last year. That was our baby moon.
You mean before there was even?
Well, that was so yeah, pretty much. We were like, we're gonna get this trip done and then we'll start for baby, and well, we did. So
well, we did it. We did it, everybody.
We've checked all the boxes. Oh man,
our friends are crazy.
Terry,
some of us are busy working. Friends,
I know. Come on.
You look like a hot mess today. No camera for you. That's okay. That's
I don't
I'm
believe
feeling like a
you.
hot mess. I can't wait till it's midday Moscato time. That'll make me feel better. Now's not an appropriate time for that. But what are you gonna do? I look like a hot mess every day.
I'm not sure that Terry can't. I mean, I know that sounds all,
Don't let her
you
fool
know,
you. She
fine and
always will be
good.
like, I don't look good today. I don't have
Well,
makeup
that's what
on.
I mean. Like,
I look
she's
like
so
crap.
put together all the time. I can't, I don't see that, you know? Like,
I've seen her without
I
I've
don't
seen her
believe her.
without her makeup and her messy hair in a bun, and let me tell you what, yeah,
She's
she's
cute.
gorgeous. She's
Well, I mean,
gorgeous.
like,
Every time.
anyway, not trying to woo you, Terry. I just don't believe you.
Are you trying to summon the Welsh puppet? I haven't seen her in a while.
I know. I
Uh,
did talk to her the other day. She's doing all right.
you did? Okay.
I
Well, that's
did. I
awesome.
did. I did.
That's awesome.
It was
I love
brief
that.
because time differences, but
Mm-hmm.
I didn't give her much
Nice.
option. I was like, stop it.
Talk to me, woman.
I texted her and I was like, "Are you okay?" She's like, "Yes, yes, yes."
Oh, that's nice. I'm glad to hear that. I love that. Does she know what we're doing?
Yes, I've sent her some
Oh.
stuff. She's just, I think, I mean, I don't know what time. There's like a what, 5-6 hour time difference?
6, maybe
6,
7.
yeah. There's a lot of time.
I think it's 6.
Anyway, she's doing all right.
That's true, Shanka. Shanka was in the members only Saturday.
Oh
Him and
my.
Terry did a live show in Texas. And I did see Shanka in there being like, somebody take screenshot because he had on flip flops. I did see that. It was very funny.
It would be Shunka. It would be Shunka.
It would be. It would be.
It would be. Terry, I'm gonna go look, Terry, just because I don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. Okay.
I wake up, my eyes are like,
She's still gorgeous. All right.
scandalous. Anyway, I guess we should probably talk about other things besides just. Well, no, we can just keep talking about it.
Everything.
Oh goodness.
Oh my.
The only fan in the courtroom would be more popular. I mean, look at all those blades.
Yeah, but it's like
Yeah.
dirty on the ceiling.
It's what?
I said it's dirty on the ceiling. Like when they pan up.
Mhm.
Ew.
I mean, how do you
Oh, that's a
clean
good
them?
question, Terry.
How do you think Karen is feeling? Oof. I don't know. It's a good question. I've heard that she's more reserved in this trial, compared to the first one, like facial expressions in general.
Hmm.
I imagine that she's still really nervous. And I would be too, especially you'd already been through one trial. You're on a second one, and this time the prosecution is not doing the same thing, so I'm sure she's really nervous about the whole thing.
Mm.
I can't imagine going through it twice. Yikes.
And if she
I would
didn't
just be
do
so
it,
pissed. I would be too.
going through it, and like I said, if she didn't do it, going through it 2 times, and both times having people adamantly lie about you, and you both know that you didn't do it.
Mhm.
I can't imagine doing that.
No,
And then
I
having
think
people like his family truly believe that you did it while knowing that everyone around you didn't do it is just wild.
that's true. Good morning, Blessed Assurance. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Did anything exciting happen yesterday afternoon or this morning?
Chicken and waffles.
Yesterday afternoon, it was just still Ms. Hyde on the stand, the phone data expert lady. It was a very spicy, what's his name? Alessi did cross, and it was spicy. It was very, very good. Um, and then today we've had Yuri, what's his name? Bekenek? I forget. But he was like, Buchanek, thank you. Buchanek.
Buchanek.
He was like a supervisor, Massachusetts State Police. So he was like in charge of Proctor and some of the other troopers. And so they've had him on this morning, and it's kind of weird because it seems to me that they're using him as a medical witness because he saw John's body in the hospital and like examined it, which is not normal. I mean, that's fine, but they don't really usually talk about. That's why you have an ME, because the police really shouldn't. I mean, sure, they have experience and they get it, but I am very surprised about.
They're not trained in that.
No, and but see, that's when prosecution usually calls the medical examiner. So there's that, and then I think, excuse me, they also might be using him as an attempt maybe not to bring Michael Proctor on the stand. They do bring him up a lot, and they're trying to convince us that him and Proctor were together at all times. And so why would we even need to talk?
Like Polly said earlier, there is absolutely no way the defense is not going to call him. So not calling him as the prosecution just seems like a stupid idea.
Yeah.
But
I just can't understand a hung jury in this. The reasonable doubt is astounding. That's true. But, and I agree, I just think people vary on what their standard is. You know, some people think that it's okay that the cops didn't investigate the way they should have because she confessed, right? So it's fine. Sure, that could be their standard, and that's fine. If that's your standard, you got to live with it. Some people have higher standards and whatnot, or different. I should say different
that
standards.
She confessed?
No, just other people. Yeah,
exactly. There's no hard fast proof that she confessed. Just hearsay and people,
Right. I mean, some people, that's all they need. And that's the thing about having a jury of 12 people. Everyone's going to have their different opinions, their own threshold, what beyond reasonable doubt looks like to them. So that's why I do think we're going to get another hung jury. I don't think they're going to find her. Well, I'm going to take that back. I do think they're going to find her guilty on the DUI.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
Agreed.
I mean, I know blood math lady, that was kind of thrown out the window. But we know everyone was drinking. We know she was drinking. She also admitted to drinking. I don't need the blood math actually to put that together. All right. It's beyond a reasonable doubt that she was drinking and driving, as was everyone else.
Everyone involved.
So
the cops,
I do
Karen,
think that she's
John. Not John.
Yeah, I do think they're going to find her guilty of that. Which, if that's all, that's great for her.
Then good. Yeah,
that's dodging a bullet. But there's these additional options, right? So she's being charged with second-degree murder, but then there's different kinds of manslaughter under that, and that is what's making me a little nervous. Is the I don't think she's going to be found guilty of second-degree murder.
The second degree,
at all. There's nothing about this yells or screams second-degree murder of any kind. But they could maybe get a manslaughter, but we still have to see, who believes what. I think you can get more people to agree on a lesser charge than you can on a higher one. So I don't know about that, though. I don't think they're going to get the whole people to agree either way. I don't, Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on the comments here.
Nope, you're good.
What's the chance the state decides to do this all over again with the mistrial? Can they? Yes. So they absolutely can. All right. This ends in a hung jury. They can choose to retry it again. That's not normal. Okay. And they have said, I don't remember who specifically, but someone on the state side said that they were going to keep going after her no matter what. Usually, from my experience of reading and watching trials, is they'll usually try it 2 times, and if they don't secure it that time, they don't try it again because it's a waste of tax. Like, if you can't secure this in 2, I mean, even 1, but 2, you don't have a case and you shouldn't go pressing for it. But, there's a lot of politics involved in this case, a lot of local politics involved in this case. So I could see them to keep going after her, but it's stupid.
Yes, ma'am, they can.
Yes, the defense can call whoever the hell they want. And actually,
Mm-hmm.
so the prosecution witness list, so just the people that only the prosecution's calling, there's 57 people on that list, right? Doesn't mean they're going to call him, but that's who's all just on the prosecution list.
Mm-hmm.
For those that are just on the defense witness list, there is 60 names, okay? But then there's people that are on both witness lists, okay? And that's 31 people. So there's so many people they could call for sure. But yeah, you can call whoever you want. You can subpoena them. But you can't do it in like, oh shoot, I forgot I had a doctor's appointment. Annie, can you handle this for just 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're good. Hi, guys. Agreed, Sam. DUI charge over a murder charge. Well, I don't want to say piece of cake, but comparatively. I didn't know. So Llama and I, if you didn't know, did not watch the first trial. So we're pretty much gleaning the information from the chat and from this trial. And so Lady Gray says, they also proved her drinking in trial 1, and she was acquitted on charge 1, which included the drinking and driving. Why? Was it because of the way that the jury instructions were set up? I'm trying to take deeper breaths so I yawn less, so bear with me. Oh my goodness. Lady in Gray. I think it was leaving the scene after a deed. Okay. Shanka says, Emily D. Baker, EDB, said, as a former prosecutor, she would have declined to prosecute this case to begin with. Well, I think that would have been the smartest plan. This is this. I think they can do one more, like Llama was saying. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Oh, we are so behind in chat. Hi, Cap. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Okay. Interesting. So I heard that there was a bunch of stuff. I heard that there, with the original, verdict form, that there was no way they could find her not guilty, like the way that it was written. Am I correct in that? If so, I hope they fixed it this time, but I didn't listen to the jury or I guess those will come later, but I haven't done any research into the jury forms or any of that. Thank you, guys. Lady in Gray. They acquitted her on charges 1 and 3 almost immediately. Charge 2 manslaughters where they got hung up. Interesting. So why was that a hang up? So far, I don't see, it's only day 12, but I don't see how that would be something that I would be hung up on. I agree, Terry. Deep breaths, you guys. Do it with me. A third trial would be hell for that. A third trial would be hell for everybody. I mean, I would. Poor Karen, poor John's family. Goodness. Poor defense team for apparently they're pro bono, having to put all that extra time in and not get paid. I mean, I assume they would do the same thing, you know, they would say, they pretty much have said that we believe in her, we believe that she's innocent. You know, we're not gonna charge her all of this money. We just don't want to see her get railroaded by the government. Shanka, I think the last time they didn't fill out anything on the verdict form because they thought they had to be unanimous. Interesting. So were they not allowed to ask questions of the judge? I feel like that's something that you could come back and, you know, say, Your Honor, blah, 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 here's my question, and then get that answered in, you know, not long. Thank you, Lady in Gray. So charge 1 was the second-degree murder, right? Am I reading that correctly? Charge 2 was manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, and 3 was leaving the scene. Okay. Time to practice Lamar's reading. Oh. Okay, so there were people that would not budge. I'm crying, you guys. There were people that would not budge on her being guilty of manslaughter and people that wouldn't budge on the not guilty cross. Well, I mean, you know, it's a hung jury, so. The jury said she was drunk. He was drunk. He was hit. Uh-oh. She was driving. She had to have done it. Okay. Well, okay. Okay. Well, we'll see. There's a lot of evidence and timeline. Well, there's a lot of evidence to go for me to come up with a determination. Why? Lady in Gray says the jury foreman refused to ask the question, which I'm assuming was the question to the judge about the IOW. Okay. Lady in Gray says they went by feelings, not necessarily the evidence, which, okay, that's not how you behave on a jury, so agreed. It sounds like the jury foreman did not do a great job. That would be asking questions to the judge for clarification is one of the first things that you would do. I would think. I've never been blessed to be on a jury. I would love to be on a jury. So if the algorithm is listening, put Annie in. Oh my gracious. You guys, I might have to take a potty break. Oh. Wait. I thought we heard something. Do you hear that? I don't see anything happening, but I hear it. I think they just didn't mute. Shunka says the jury kept coming out and saying they couldn't agree. Oh, and so they didn't fill out anything on the verdict form. Yep. I did hear that earlier. Lady in Gray said the foreman was a former cop, so I think he had an agenda. I did hear that he was a former cop, which makes me question his not going to the judge with some questions. I mean, I also think he was a copy. I'm not understanding that. The other jurors deferred to his authority. Just my opinion. Well, Well, I hope they sort it out a little bit more this time. Shunka, do we know the name? I've been meaning to ask and keep forgetting. Is it Liza? I don't think so. I think that she's worked with one of the other attorneys. And they brought her on, but I don't know what the name of the former jury member who's now on her defense is. So if you guys know it. Oh my goodness. The baby is active.
Okay, I'm back.
And there's
So
a
sorry about
llama.
that. Hi.
You're
I'm so
good.
sorry about
I
that.
just talked to people, so that was nice.
I completely forgot I had a doctor's appointment. And you know, when you have certain doctors call you, you like have to answer, otherwise you're
Yeah.
never going to talk
You
to
are
them again.
unmuted.
So, oh look, Court is back.
What
Even Judge Beth
timing?
waited for me.
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
Oh, Victoria George. Thank you, Polly.
I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs.
Look who's here. Just in time. Good morning, Terry True Crime. Good morning,
She is gorgeous. Ugh, okay. I'll be right back.
I'm in to help Miss Annie because I heard she needed a potty break and you were gone. So I threw my
You're
hat
so
over to
sweet.
Annie.
Oh, thank you. I am gonna go take a potty break. I appreciate
Only
you.
on camera.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Oh.
So sweet. Well, I'm happy you're here regardless.
Oh, I look like hell.
Oh,
Thank you.
you're fine. We're just tiny little circles, so it's okay. Oh, goodness. I assume I didn't miss anything during my appointment. Oh, I guess I can change the banner.
You didn't. We were just talking about retrial, the jury foreman, and things like that.
Perform tigers is what the closed caption said. I love the closed caption so much.
One is, I hope my son Jeffa doesn't see this because I'm going to get a message and say, Mom, really? You went on camera looking like that?
Oh, be nice to your mother, Jeffa.
It's Mother's Day week.
That's right. I also like seeing what different kind of brands of water people drink in this trial. I don't know if anyone else has paid attention, but there's all different kinds of brands of water that people drink, and I just find that very interesting. So, all right, jury's coming in. Probably should have refilled my coffee, but that's okay. See, Sam says you look beautiful.
Thank you, Sammy. I mean, I did wash my face and put lotion on, so I didn't just crawl out of bed.
There you go.
I
Isn't it
didn't
weird
brush
how
my
that...
teeth.
Oh. Well, you're the only one that has to smell your microphone, so you're fine.
I always brush my teeth after I drink my coffee, so it doesn't interfere with my coffee.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And it has that weird taste.
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
All right. Let's go. Good morning.
Sir, when we left, we were
Slap.
discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
What do you think that thing is that's covered with a blanket? don't think that's always been there. Also, I will say, Mr. Yuri looks very dapper today.
He does.
I do like his outfit.
Those are smudge.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
Goodness. It's getting warm.
There's what's behind the blanket.
Oh.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter?
I've never seen it in
course.
like.
Oh, where
seen them
they press it
preserved
between the
clothes that
glass?
way. Yeah, I've never seen them present clothing evidence that way ever, actually.
They don't
That's
think
interesting.
last time that's how they did it.
That is interesting.
I mean, by putting it in that, it does preserve it from picking up other stuff and getting contaminated.
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the back side, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Bye, Terry. Thank you for joining us. Have a lovely day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay.
I'm sure it will be spicy. Oh, never mind. I've never seen them do that before. I think that's pretty cool. I like that. But I do like Bless Assurance's comment that now they're going to follow proper evidence protocol in front of the jury, right?
I was thinking, red Solo cups for blood samples, but closed good glass pressed.
Yeah,
Nice.
like their collector's item or something.
Love
No,
it.
I do like that practice because that's the thing with clothing for the jury to see. I mean, that's pretty cool. When did you decide to put these pieces of evidence between glass? Also a good question. Amos says you have to wonder what the protocol is for the evidence from one trial to the next. I mean, they are breaking the seal in these bags. Do they reseal them? What is the chain of evidence now? I believe they usually do reseal them, and they do have to write like court date when it was undone.
I think we've seen that in other trials.
Yeah. Now, are they doing it in this one? I don't know, but yes, I was using other trials as a reference. AJ is right to keep objecting every time we say we. Yes. Yes. And Yuri rolls his eyes every time.
Salty.
Did they bring, Angie said, did they bring up all of John's clothes were all put together in one bag while wet? They weren't separated? I think all they said, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because obviously I've been in and out, but he said that the clothes were on the floor at the hospital, and then they put him in a bag, and it sat in the back of his truck, and then they brought them to the department. But then I also heard that they were in Michael Proctor's trunk and didn't come in until like the month and a half later. So they didn't seem to focus on it for very long. I'll just say that. I feel like defense is probably going to focus on that a wee bit.
AJ
Yeah, I
will
think.
bring it. Oops.
See, we think alike. We're both like, ooh, that's a good one. It's a good one, Soda. I agree.
I love her outfit today.
Me too.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Kennick, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military-style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm, separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow, so we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believed to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would a person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Nora, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jack?
I am sorry. Hand you a series of photographs. I've asked you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I moved this series of photographs into evidence.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
Six. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Objection, Your Honor.
I went over that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1.
That's true. They had Keith show the shoe yesterday morning. It's interesting.
This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
That's what a real evidence bag looks like.
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You want to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the
Morning?
general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what you're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492-7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that?
Oh, look, it's a ruler.
Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P515-7721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490-7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493-7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507-7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503-7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
97.
Thank you.
So hot. That coffee.
Showing a photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
Let's move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 98.
Yes.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
I've never heard them call that before, but I don't know if we really have a lot of those here.
Yeah, I've only ever heard code.
This straw doesn't seem long enough to be in a pint glass, but okay.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay.
and that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
I like how the straw's next to a line of
It's
snow.
probably, with my estimate,
If you catch my drift.
15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, I've moved that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Exhibit 96.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, McKenna, could you open that and show it to the jury? Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was photographed, was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I'm showing you a series of photographs. Could you take a look at it? The first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing it from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Or I move these four photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as four separate or A, B, C?
Just thinking, shouldn't this be Proctor doing this?
Yeah, but we don't want to call Proctor.
Right, but like normally in the other trials we watch, it's usually the lead detective
The
person
lead,
putting in all the
yeah.
evidence, right? Yeah, okay, I thought so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe they're having him do it because he's the supervisor and that's their workaround. I don't know.
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you very much. Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Okay.
Beginning with 99A, P526 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
We could next show 99B, P527 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529 7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct the directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, do you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
How much
that
evidence
710,
is he bringing?
I don't know. Yeah,
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sorry.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence.
I need a graphic.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Gesture on.
Exhibit 102.
Oh, closed caption. You're so funny.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like a $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total, there's 6 items in that bag.
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the, let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence
Yes.
or not.
They need to pep it up
Could
a
you
little
produce
bit. I am.
7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
Surely.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection, no.
With the,
About the size of a cat print in the snow.
with the court's permission, could Trooper Mechanic open the bag?
Yes.
You know what, Angie? I didn't pick that up yesterday. Are you talking about when Keith was
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to open the wax bag.
Please. Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from C.F. McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA, and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I am not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone, tower, voice communications.
Okay, and do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive, or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes. Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text or text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection.
Sustained is to full.
Okay. What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No.
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
There was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
But does him and Proctor still have BFF friendship bracelets? That's what I want to know.
May I stand here?
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Oh, he's gonna read.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
Might not bring problems.
August 17th, 2022,
Maybe prepare yourselves. There's some words. you guys.
9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Oh, they're not
Can you
bringing
give the
Proctor.
author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Okay. Ma'am?
Yes.
It's still Brennan asking, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's-
Yeah, and it's kind of weird that he's making him
It
read them
identifies
instead
this as
of
your
Proctor
phone?
That is,
using his
yes.
own words.
But
But
each comment doesn't
Here we
identify who sent it?
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see.
I think
If you
Polly's
made any of
right.
the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Well,
Please. Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
that is.
Next, please.
There's a blank page, and that's the end.
oh, I know there's more than that. You did not say the C word, sir.
Yes, sir.
And I was promised there would be a C word in this trial. A few, even.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
Okay. And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
I agree. I think it's weird.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but three people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
I can't wait for Cross.
Thank you.
By the way, when he says that Proctor was saying, I hate
When you
him," or whatever,
reviewed the
who was he
video
talking about?
from the ring
I wrote that
provided
down.
for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119. Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. You stopped that. Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 12:40?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171? And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. And do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you a document, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton,
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of, every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
Okay,
No objection, Your Honor.
thank you.
Exhibit 105.
Thank you. Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear taillight?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from C.F. McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
You know, I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the council sidebar for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Okay. I'm over. If you guys are on Discord, I'm in the trial chat, posting photos because
Oh, nice.
this is intriguing. Okay, so they showed the video, the photo of the car when it was in police evidence from the back and not the side. At least I didn't see it. I could have been looking away. Anyway, but I found one of the side, and it just does not look like the same broken piece to me that it does in the video. Maybe we can pop those up for you later, but it looks like it definitely got more broken or something happened because it does not look the same. The side of the car does not look the same.
Mm-hmm. Well, question, why are we still seeing more red if it's white?
That's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't.
I don't know how that works.
The video,
I don't know anything about cars, but
the video looks more red on the side.
Yeah.
There does seem to be like a I don't know if that is like a glare or if it is missing, but there does seem to be a chunk of white, but not that big.
Interesting. Handing you a CD, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from C.F. McCarthy's in Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson, there's no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
By the way, if you want to see those pictures, join our Discord server called the Courtyard. You can find the link in chat. That's where chat and us all hang out during the times we're not live. There's lots of documents about Karen Reed, photos, all sorts of things you can find in there. And we would love to have it all. There's the
I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from C.F. McCarthy's on January 28, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
Now I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Sir, I'm showing you 4 more photographs. Can you take a look and recognize?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
You want to move these 4 photographs into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
It was eating and cleaning up my mess, Amy. Jeez. Can't go like 4 whole minutes without seeing my face. And letting the dogs out. Now everyone's happy on my side of the screen.
It's 108A through 108B.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Probably, but I don't know
Yes.
what his name is.
Trooper, I may stop you with a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's.
First time.
This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
I love you,
In
Amy.
these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes, so the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes,
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
from left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. If we could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please. And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Here the defendant is handed a shot.
No.
Stop, please.
Okay. I was like, no.
Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
Yeah, but I don't think they were very skimpy on their pores, probably. I feel like they probably got hooked up if they were regulars and cops. So. It depends how well they knew the bartenders, really. That's why you strike a relationship with the bartender, because you'll get stronger drinks that way. Advised by Llama.
Apparently.
Yeah. But yeah, there's most places, like if you go to like a chain restaurant and order drinks, they have to use a little jigger, and it's usually like 1 ounce. But most bartenders will do a longer pour if they like you. So, and it seems like they frequented these bars fairly often, it seems. That is true. That's true. They are invaluable.
I'm still looking at taillight photos.
Tip them well. You tip them well, they will reward you, I assure you. But man, we'd go out to the bar because I used to be a server and stuff, and we go to the bar after work. And just by even being a server and being in like the industry, the bartenders will be like, here you go. We know how bad it is for you. Drink up on us. So. Yeah, that's what's up.
So right there we had, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket. And he put it back. Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Well, don't act like she's chugging it. Okay, well, maybe she is. No, she's not.
No.
No, all right.
Could we proceed to the next video, please? This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir. So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. That shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Here the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection's sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
I just want everyone to remember, though, that John in the text messages was basically telling her she needed to come out.
Mr. O'Keefe on his
She
cell
was going
phone
to be
again?
his bride.
Yes,
So,
Yeah.
just remember that.
and he puts it in his back pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, could she say, well, I didn't think I was that drunk because my cop boyfriend made it seem like I was fine to drive home?
The defendant is
Yeah.
showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
But I will say, despite all the texts they had earlier that day, she does look happy to be there. If I was fighting with elbow feet and we were at a bar, I'd probably sit in my chair drinking my drink, scowling at him.
Yeah, same.
Let's be honest, right? Be like, oh, I'm going to drink and then we're going to talk about it later. And by talk about it, I mean probably argue, but...
Are you being for? I didn't see that. What are you talking
Well, they said somebody flipped somebody off, but I wasn't paying
about?
attention.
Yeah.
But Annie does that all the time, and it's just a sign of love, so...
Exactly. I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do that.
That's true. I forgot. Who am I talking about?
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Exactly, Angie.
What is the
Big
drink count
deal.
at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Could we have the next?
I didn't realize they were at this bar as long as they were. I thought they were at the waterfall with the others.
Do you see a timestamp?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages.
Timestamp would be great.
The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
I mean, that is a lot of liquor in a short period of time.
When isn't there?
A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar. The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar.
It's true. It's no fun unless you're drinking. It's the only time. If you're sober around all drunk people, it's not a good time. And that's how I feel like it is for us right now.
And then
At what time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37, please?
Yeah, you see how much they're ordering? I assure you, her vodka tonic was not a weak
Bartender
pour.
makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
$10.41, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed. Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
You don't have an objection to last one.
Okay, I'll strike that.
The next video, please.
Now, as the Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
Oh, hello, elbow feet. Hope you're having a good day at work.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Next slide. And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see counsel's please on this.
She's ready to go to lunch.
I'm so sick of her and her sidebars. I really like. I want to get to cross. I'm ready for this to get spicy. Move along, ma'am.
Right?
Anyway,
New Orleans, everyone walks out with a drink if it's not empty.
it's crazy. In North Carolina,
Yeah,
you would never. You're not.
Yeah,
No.
you can't really do. I mean, I have people. Yeah.
Is it just Noah?
For the lunch and break, it's 1:10.
Oh.
We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and Sergeant
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court, please. Here's closing notebooks. Follow me.
I think she said 2 o'clock.
I think,
I think
yeah,
that's what
so
she said.
an hour-ish.
Okay. I gotta find where that video is before it starts playing that damn music. Excuse me. There we go.
I need to get
Okay.
lunch too, but did you eat your salad?
I did, yeah. I ate it early,
Good.
so that
That's
way,
I'm smarter than what I didn't do.
well, yeah, I went ahead and ate my salad ahead of time. So a lot of things, particularly, I think you have some thoughts about this taillight issue. Yeah, court will be back at 2, they said, so, okay.
I do, but I mean, I pretty much said them, but like, I mean, I'm all up in chat. But the picture, I'm just not seeing consistency in the video. Yes, there looks to be in the video, the screenshot, it looks like there is a chunk missing, but it does not look nearly as big as what they're saying, as what they took photos of in the police possession.
Let me save these and I'll try to pull them up for us. Okay.
And to me, I mean, because, okay, so what this will make more sense once you pull them up. But the screen grab of the video they showed us after she hits the car has more red on the side. It does look like there's more than a crack to me. Like they were trying to get Jen to say, you know, you said there's a crack, and she said, I said that there was a crack and pieces missing. It does look like there are pieces missing, maybe, but not nearly as much as they're saying as the photos that they took in police custody once the car was in police custody.
Mm-hmm.
And that is after this video anyway. And the video is after she hit John. The video is the next morning. So it looks to me like there are more taillight pieces after she hit John than what they're saying they would have found on the crime scene, is what I'm trying to get to. Poorly, but I got there. It doesn't look like they would have seen 46 pieces or however many they said. Oh, there, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay, here's one picture. There we go. Oh, let me get rid of all this other stuff on this screen.
Right, so this is the back view that the police
when it's in the
took. So this is when, yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. How do I switch
and then
to
there's a
another
side video or a side picture, which you'll get there.
Oops, that's
Which shows, you know, a lot of the red missing.
All right, so this is when she's leaving John's, right?
Yes, after
Okay.
she hit John's car.
Okay.
The next morning.
Okay.
And then there's the, I just pulled it from the internet, but you'll see. But there's the side photo, exactly like this one. Okay. Way less red in this picture after she hit John's car than when she's driving away. And I mean, from what I'm understanding, they're saying this other picture that you have, this one, is what they saw and on all that. It's not adding up to me. Because that does not look like the other photo, obviously, but I just don't see how they found 46 pieces. They found all these extra pieces and large chunks that they had at the crime scene before she got there. None of it makes sense to me.
Okay.
It doesn't add up.
I don't know why it would have shattered so much, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean, because if I click it, will it go? Yes. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So like this, yes, there does look right above the circle, or right, diagonal that way.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. There does look like there's a chunk missing to me. I don't know if it's that style of taillight. I can't really. I was trying to look up pictures of the taillight. Excuse me, not broken. So I mean, like that could be a chunk missing, but either way, the side of the car here looks different than here.
Okay.
So
I
don't know.
But if she would have done it by backing into John's car, wouldn't there be taillight pieces there too?
And so that was another thing. Like, well, I don't have a picture of that specific time, but you would think that this big, what looks to be like a white chunk or a clear chunk, right? That would have fallen out there.
You think, because her car never goes back to 34 Fairview.
I don't think so.
No, it never goes back there.
So, I mean, it's just curious to me. I can't sort this out. I'm interested to see what the defense will say about this whole thing because I can't make heads or tails of it.
But like, that's a significant busted taillight.
Yeah, that's.
Now, how are they made? Is it like there's red pieces and then there's white clear plastic pieces?
So I pulled up. I mean, I don't know if this is. It's not the exact same. The detailing isn't.
Mm-hmm.
But in. I don't know. I'll just send it to you.
Well, while we're waiting for that, Chet, what do you think? Do you think they just used jury to replace Michael Proctor?
Oh, I do. Anyway,
you all think Proctor's coming or no? Oh, so this is the model of the car.
It's the same 570. Obviously, some of the detailing is different. It's got a blacked out emblem and excuse me. Oh, detailing.
I didn't know I could have so many things open at one time.
I know, isn't it great?
Okay.
So it's not the exact same, but
the taillights like curve out. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, good morning, Kelly P. We've been wondering where you've been. Good morning to you.
It kind of curves out in this photo too. Hi, Kelly P.
Very bulbous. Oh, I'm sure the defense is going to call Proctor. I would.
What photo, like what different than the ones that we just showed?
Yeah, there's that Sallyport video that they talk about. That
I think I saw pictures of that, but I tried to not pay attention.
Inverted when they submitted it. And I think it has, they inverted it so it would look like Proctor was on the other side of the vehicle, but actually it was like he was on the corner for a little bit of time.
Like,
I don't know.
Do they fix it?
I don't know. I just know that was a thing.
Huh.
Blessed Assurance says Proctor has to come. He's been used to explain away too many changing statements. Well, I mean, I think they should call him too, but I think they're trying to use Yuri to just kind of cover things. Maybe they'll be like, oh, we can just not
shoo away Proctor.
Pretty much. Because he's definitely a stain on the investigation there.
Angie says there's chunks.
Oh, speaking of
You're
video, how is there no video on that Ring camera of her getting back to his house ever? That is suspicious. You're telling
It
me
is.
there's a whole nother device, a whole nother freaking device, where all of a sudden one important thing, it's deleted. It's nowhere to be found. That makes no sense to me. And I find that to be so interesting because they establish that camera works and it works well. And yet the one video you need of her pulling back up to John's house, it doesn't exist apparently. Now, why do we think it doesn't exist? I guess it's up for debate. There's chunks of video missing at the Sallyport too. Yeah, I mean, come on. How many things can be deleted off of how many devices in this case? It's crazy. Crazy to me.
Interesting.
Will the less they give Proctor to touch or testify to, the less it taints that particular evidence. I mean, ugh, yikes. Because I know a lot of those text messages were left out. Because I heard he talks about her not having an ass. He calls her the C word.
I
Who
did
was he
hear about
talking
the
about
C
though when he
word.
was like, I hate him, I hate him? Who was that?
Right.
Who was he talking about, Chad? I need to know.
Right. Oh, was he talking about the attorney? Like one of the? Well, no. Well, because he called it the retarded client's phone.
Mm-hmm.
Whose client?
Well, one of the lawyers. I don't know.
So was he? Yeah. So I
if
mean,
it
I
was one
guess
of these.
he had to be talking about.
I don't know if she had any of these lawyers at the time of this or not.
I just put it together that it was a lawyer, so thanks for that. Okay, so he's talking about Alan Jackson.
Okay. Okay. I didn't realize they were on so quickly as our counsel. That's good to know. Yeah, many of the videos they have are missing, along with phone calls and things. Are they going to bring in somebody to talk about this mysterious ring delete and bring some other BS cell phone data person in? Well, I guess ring data, but so because we don't have video from the neighbors across the street because he didn't think it was important, and then we don't have ring camera from John's because it's disappeared.
So maybe he's talking about Unity.
Oh, okay.
And,
Chat's saying it's Unity.
Yeah. Huh. Okay.
Okay.
I'll write Unity down.
And don't forget there was those text conversations between the McCabe's and the Alberts, that group text where they're like, well, if she just takes a plea, it'll be over. But if she decides to fight it, it's going to get complicated. These are weird things to say.
Okay, can we talk about the end of yesterday when they played that clip?
The one that they ended the day with?
Yes.
Where she said it was either Jen or me?
Yes, come on. How did we allow that as the last thing?
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, somebody said it was taken out of context. I think you probably paid more attention or saw that.
I don't want to say it was taken out of context because I do remember that part of the documentary because I was like, ooh, that's not great. Don't say that.
They're going to use that in court, Karen.
Don't say that. But she was basically saying like, yeah, when it comes down to things, it's either me or Jen, and one of us are going to go down for this. Jen is like her arch nemesis. She does not have anything nice to say.
Well, it seems that, I mean, it kind of seems like the defense is using it that way too.
Right. Which again,
I mean,
I think Jen is a nosy Nancy, but I don't think, and I apologize to all the people named Nancy that I just called nosy. Oh, farts. I forget what I was going to say. But Jen,
She,
I don't think had anything to do with his death, you know?
no,
In the
I
sense,
don't.
like, I don't think she participated in killing him if that is what happened in the
Okay.
house. That's a little bit different than maybe
I still
covering
have.
things up.
I want to hear more about the dog,
It's just
but
weird that she's
yeah.
single. She points to Jen for everything. Um, and we only know what she said. She's never taken the
Hmm.
stand. But then she doesn't point her finger at maybe some of the guys in the house.
It does seem like there's a whole lot of Jen in this trial, and I don't know why. There's a whole lot of Jen in this trial.
A whole lot. I don't get it. I don't get why
Hmm.
she's such a big part of this trial either.
Oh, and then with the tail pieces, I think Angie said earlier, and I wrote it down because it was interesting to me. She's talking about obviously wanting to see photos of like a bigger view photo of all of the taillight
Mm-hmm.
pieces because they seem kind of scattered.
Yeah.
Um, which is just interesting that they're scattered. If she hit him at that speed, and fine, they're scattered. I don't know. I'm not good with that kind of math. But the
Mm-hmm.
cocktail glass and the phone stayed right there with him. So
Yeah.
like pieces went flying, but those other objects didn't, and that's just interesting to me.
It is. And
So,
I think, if the taillight pieces were there, I think one of the reasons why they might be in a bunch of different pieces, especially
hmm
smaller ones, is that most likely if they were there before, if things are going how
hmm
prosecution says, then people probably stepped all over them. And
hmm
that would crush them and break them up a little bit more if they were all found, within the size of like a foot,
that's
a
fair.
human foot, not foot distance.
Hmm.
I think that is how you get, because I don't know how you would hit somebody with that and then you'd have like so many little
That's a good point,
parts.
though. I hadn't thought about them getting broken under. But I mean, I guess, yeah, because there wasn't that much snow on the ground anyway.
No. And even if there was, I mean, when you step on snow, it compacts, right? You're putting a lot of
Hmm.
pressure, so it's gonna,
Well, I'm
it can have
saying,
two
like, I
inches of snow
know.
about it, but
I don't know. I have
yeah.
seen a good snow one time, and it was
Hmm.
4 years ago.
Well, they
So
definitely got a lot of snow later that day when
I
they
don't really
were
know how snow behaves there in the north with you.
a lot. Oh, they get
It's
more
not
snow
the
than we
same
do for
here.
sure.
Here, it I don't know that it really. I mean, I'm saying that because our snow is mostly slushy ice, and it
Mm,
probably acts a little bit different than like the fluffy snow you guys get.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I don't
Yeah. Um,
know.
Proctor.
Also, this is day 12, and this is the first time we've seen any evidence photos with uh, a ruler.
Yeah. And
So
only what, three of them?
yeah,
None of the others. I've been
so
bitching about this ruler for like all week.
I
It's
that's
like,
why I wrote
where's
it
the
down. I
ruler?
was like, hmm.
Where's the ruler? And why are we only doing it for a few things? I mean, it's not even big rulers they carry around. Actually, I'm
I
surprised
don't
it's not an
disagree.
L-shaped one like usual, but
I know. Anyway, I don't disagree, Kelly P, but I haven't seen enough evidence to say that for myself. That Proctor broke pieces and put it in there.
right,
Or put
that's
together.
the theory. I understand that
Yeah,
is the theory there.
I need to see more.
PD would have noticed big taillight pieces when they first got to the scene if they were there when they found John. In theory, yeah, I would think
That's what
so.
I would think.
Because there really wasn't, there was, well, when they came to get him, there's supposed to be around 3 to 4 inches of snow. So they could have actually been covered. But the last words of Jen McCabe was, I saw red taillight pieces in the snow.
So how did she see them, but the police didn't? The investigators didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Come now.
Yeah, one of them's lying.
Bright
Okay.
red pieces on
Mm-hmm.
bright white snow.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
She saw
I think
them
it's Jen
at what
lying. I don't
6
think she's,
a.m.
yeah, I think she's full of shit.
in the dark.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, so if she saw all these red pieces, now, granted, if you step on the plastic or the glass, it will break it more into pieces, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But there's not that much snow at the time that
Mm-hmm.
when they're down on their knees, putting like that pressure of your knees into the ground, if there's glass there, you are going to cut yourself. in some way, shape, or form. I also do not understand with this broken tail light just how it would have went through all of his clothes. We saw his clothes today, you know, how all of it went through his clothes, but then scattered. I don't know. It's very confusing. And leaf blower cops never saw yesterday. My neighbor was getting their lawn mowed, and there was a guy out there with the leaf blower blowing the grass. And I was like, oh, that's funny. Yeah, the leaf blower cops never saw them. Well, wait. Yeah, okay, the leaf blower cop was in the morning, right? Gallagher was there in the morning, and then the CERT people came in the afternoon, yeah. But see, then when they took pictures of these tail lights pieces or glass pieces, some of them had snow still underneath of them, which checks out. But some of the other ones didn't, and they were just on bare ground, which could also be. But also, because they found them when the snow was melting, we can't say where they were in like the levels of snow, you know. So I think that's interesting. Taillights are made not to shatter too. See, I was thinking that, but I'll be honest, I don't know much about car stuff, but I was thinking that too. Like, isn't it? Because think about it, right? If they broke easily, every fender bender, I mean, there's always debris, yeah, but I'm pretty sure the goal is to have less debris on the road because it's dangerous to other people and vehicles and all that jazz. So I do find it weird that it would have shattered from hitting, and not really, I mean, 20-something miles an hour is actually really fast. Doesn't seem like it, but it is. But I don't know. I don't know about that. Well, they never asked CERT to search the yard. CERT only searched the road because it was getting too late. And then CERT said, hey, if you want us to come back and do the yard, give us a call. And they never called them. But apparently they did their own excavation thing, I guess. So yeah, he had no bruising, which is my biggest problem. My biggest problem with that theory. So, because like that's the thing, you don't have to be like, cars don't have to be going fast to kill you or anything like that, but you're gonna have some bruises. I mean, and this is like an SUV,
some sort of,
you know.
Yeah.
Hitting something that hard, just not an arm. Yeah, I don't like. Well, it's way too off the ground for it to be the fire hydrant, but though if she did hit him with her car, maybe he fell into the fire hydrant, and that's how he cracked the back of his head. But we don't know the cause of death of him yet. They haven't said in this trial. I know some of you out there may know. I don't know, but they haven't said. Yeah, and a clothed arm. That's my other thing. Other thing too. That's a lot to go through very quickly. And then just not be like stuck in the arm. But what I do, I'm not a freaking doctor, so. Wait, what is this picture from? The taillight, the
the what I
together
sent you?
one. Yeah.
It looks like from this, obviously not this trial, but last trial.
Oops. Yeah, oh, stop it.
But I mean,
it's the CERT guy.
Okay, yeah.
That's the CERT guy.
So like that. What? It's just another piece that doesn't make sense to me.
Because I was wondering, like, did they try to put this back together? I don't know how often police do that, or if it's just like a TV thing. But I was like, oh, did they ever try to put it back together?
Yeah.
Oh, no damage to the fire hydrant and no blood on it either. Okay. Okay.
His
So
Angie said yes, they did.
Okay. Well, then how come it was in pieces? And where did all the clear plastic come from?
Mm-hmm.
I'm confused
Was it
about that.
like,
Is there layers to this taillight?
was it this one like a silvery sliver? Was that the clear piece? There's one piece missing that they never found. So this whole thing is supposed to be red because that doesn't.
I think so. But I thought there was more clear pieces too, so I don't know. I don't know. All I know is I'm ready for cross with this guy because right now, you know what? Right now, this guy's looking legit. Okay, I know you guys in chat already know his spiel and BS or whatever, but let's just say hypothetically, we know nothing about this. So far, this guy's checking out. Okay, Yuri, he's checking out compared to how we would see other people behave in trials and that position. Is it weird that he's the one? I think it's kind of weird he's the one testifying about all this because it should be Proctor. But apparently they're using Yuri to do that. Now, here's the one thing about this trial, right? Is the prosecution will put on their witnesses and you're like, okay, that checks out. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. But then defense comes in and throws like a freaking grenade in their testimony and credibility and all of that. So, and I know that this guy has to definitely know what's coming to him. You know, he seems all chill on the stand now, but I don't know. I don't know. There's still one piece missing that they never found. Is it that piece up there in the left of the picture we're looking at? Because that's big. No DNA on any taillight fragments, but the marks on his arm are supposed to be from taillight. I call BS. Well,
okay.
If these taillight pieces, though, were in the snow, could the water have diluted, destroyed DNA? Because it was a shit ton of snow for a while. I'm just wondering. I don't know the answer to that. But I feel like at least somewhere there would have to be DNA on something somewhere.
Well, at least, yeah.
And like the wounds on his arm are deep.
And did they say that there was blood on the taillights?
I don't think they've said yet.
Okay.
I don't think we've gotten to that yet. Ooh, that reminds me, they're gonna have to bring on some DNA tester for these. So excuse me, sorry. DNA tester, you know, or blood expert for these lights and stuff. Or at least I would want to see one.
I'm unimpressed with this taillight story so far.
I'm unimpressed.
Unimpressed. Do better. Convince me. Currently, we're at a, sideways
It's
slump
interesting,
situation.
but I'm not that interested.
Bell said that they did not find blood on the taillights or the car, which, if that's the story they stick to, is questionable if the taillight is supposed to have created those wounds.
Yeah, it's questioning. Good afternoon.
Oh, and hi, Bells.
Hi.
That's Oh, and so did Sunkoda. Said no DNA on the taillight fragments, which I thought I heard somebody say. Literally, you just said that same thing. I'm sorry, I'm processing slow today.
We both are, it's fine. Well, I must say it was a drag of a morning. I mean, it really was. Opening every single one of those packages. It's my least favorite part. I take that back. Ballistics is usually my least favorite part of every trial.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate it so much. But then the unpackaging of the evidence, though I did enjoy his clothes, well, the top part of his clothes being encased in
Mm-hmm.
plastic sheets. I thought that was interesting.
Okay, what about the shoe? The whole shoe evidence to the sidebar about the shoe? I don't
Oh,
think I fully understood.
so I think, and chat, please, by any means, correct me here, but yesterday morning,
Mm-hmm.
Keith was on, right? The
Right.
one officer, right? And he
Mm-hmm.
unpacked a shoe as an exhibit, right? Presented it, took it out, was like,
Mm-hmm.
here's a shoe that we found, right? So this guy just did it
The
today.
same thing, but they only found one shoe.
They only found one shoe. He had a shoe on, I think.
Okay.
So I don't know. That's where I'm confused. Is were they doing the same shoe twice, or were they confused that they thought it was the same shoe, but each officer showed a different one? Because he was showing off the clothes he had worn, but I don't know. I don't know what it's about. I already done forgot about it.
Okay. Angie said Keith did the shoe from 34 Fairview. Yuri's was supposed to be the other one from the hospital.
Okay, but
Okay.
did they end up being the same one that was shown? Is that why they had to
Hmm.
go through all the evidence again? I bet that is why, and that's why they had to take a break to make sure that. Oh, Angie says no.
Okay. The evidence bag was marked wrong for Yuri.
So it's just a mess. It's just whatever. It's a mess. They're never organized about anything.
Excuse me. Okay.
Also, that guy only lost 5 vacation days.
That would come on. Keith's shoe was the left shoe. Yuri's was the right shoe. Okay.
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 No, it is
So they
said that
just
when you're hit by a vehicle or something with a lot of force, it will knock you out of your shoes. But it was only one. But also, was it still tied? I don't know.
Hmm.
But then again, if you think that they're trying to set her up and he died in the house, every cop knows you get hit by a car or whatever, chances are you're going to be losing at least one of your shoes. So that's an easy thing to plant there, if that's the side you're leaning on.
I believe it. You can't hear me drinking.
Oh, interesting. So it was tied in trial 1, but showed untied in this trial. I didn't really pay attention, so I'm glad somebody did.
Interesting.
Because it won't untie your shoes. That's why it's a baffling thing, because, you know, they don't have to come untied. Let's see. Polly says Kevin Albert was suspended without pay for 3 8-hour shifts. The horror. What kind of freaking consequences are these? What a joke.
Yeah, that's pathetic.
The shoe did look brand new. I agree.
But at least Proctor was fired.
A couple months ago.
Yeah. You know, a year plus after the incident occurred.
Man. But I do understand why they had Yuri testify to all this stuff you generally don't see. He does come across better and his hands aren't as dirty.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I guess if the jury doesn't know that, you know, the guy that the lead investigator usually does it, then it won't look weird to them having the supervisor do it.
Yeah. Oh, well, they probably don't even, I mean, we only know that because we watch a crap ton of trials, you know? So they may not even think there's anything amiss.
Amiss.
We
both did that.
She probably looked up from her desk like, what?
What?
Oh, my goodness. Sam says, also the person in the black hoodie or whatever that came down to the house to ask if the crime scene guy was there for the incident. Who is the black guy in the hoodie? That's a good question. They probably know who it is, but I don't think the cert guy could say who it is because he didn't know who it was. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
So like everybody else could know that, let's say it's Brian Albert. Okay, but if cert guy didn't know who it was at the time, then he's gonna be like, oh, I don't know who that is.
Interesting.
Yeah, it does make it look like Proctor's way less involved than he actually does.
I was thinking because I had the same thought, which means the jury absolutely does. Because I'm hearing that everybody's talking about Proctor a lot, but it does seem if I hadn't heard that, it would seem like he has less of a role or a smaller role.
Mm-hmm.
Important, yes, but just less hands-on.
That's
So
why I
it's a
can't wait
great
for
strategy.
Cross.
It's a
Great strategy until Cross comes along, probably.
Yeah. Well,
Ooh.
I think they're probably itching to get their words in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because remember, Keefe yesterday, they used him to say that Proctor was the lead investigator.
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
That's
Which everybody
prosecution's
had been...
witness. Then the next day they bring on this guy who's like, I'm in charge. Ish. Not really, because we're a team for everything, which is true, right? All investigations does involve a team. Not one person does everything. But there is always one person in charge.
And I don't know that really came across the way that the way that the defense wants. I don't know that it came across that way because of Yuri today, or that it's going to stay that way.
Terry agrees they're downplaying his involvement. Yeah. Yeah. I think AJ's gonna bring some great Cross too. I think he's ready.
They better not do it while I'm doing my thing.
Well, they got to finish the waterfall videos, which looks like there's only a few of them.
Okay, I better
the
be
rest
back.
of the slideshow. They're not at that bar for very long, it looked like. Sam says, I love how defense starts out by asking them what should the protocol be, and then goes into asking them how they handled it, and that they pretty much admit they didn't do protocol at all.
So far, that has been great.
Like, the only protocol that's really been shown is them in court with the packages opening them. Do they bring in the red solo cups, though?
I would like them to display it like they did the glass.
Yes. It
Vanna
holds
White
liquids wonderfully. Isn't that what Gallagher said? Like,
I think that was...
It holds liquids wonderfully. That's why we used to, like, no shit, it's a cup.
It's a cup.
I mean, if it didn't, why are you even using it? I don't know.
Vital design flaw otherwise. Like,
are you okay?
Sir.
I would hope so. Oh my goodness, what a shit show. No, okay, so if I'm gonna be honest, this testimony we've already heard today about the tail pieces, again, put aside whatever anybody knows, right? Just from the jury perspective, we've seen her drinking already this morning on camera. It is undeniable how many drinks she had that night. Then they find all these taillight pieces. This could cause some jurors to be like, you know what? This does seem like involuntary manslaughter here. You know what I mean? Like, I could see that this actually was an accident, even though accident's not the right word, but that is kind of what involuntary murder means, right? You did not intend to cause harm in any way. You were reckless, okay? Because she didn't even need to be fighting with John, right? Maybe John got out, had to, do something, or maybe he was wiping something off of her car or some shit. So I do think this gave some people some, it depends where their level of reasonable doubt is. So just playing devil's advocate, you guys. Before chat comes at me.
Sorry, my husband brought me food.
Oh, that's nice.
A lot of food. A lot.
It's not a lot of
food. He brought you cinnamon rolls and lunch.
He did. He's so sweet.
He's so sweet, Mr. Annie.
He brought me some Cajun chicken and some fruit. And wait, because I was out.
Oh, he got you hot fries.
My favorites.
I love that for you.
So anyway, so that's what I was excited.
I love that.
Thank you, dear. Anyway,
Did he put the hot fries on a plate?
no, he did not do that. But let me just tell you. He said this is not a lot of chicken, or food, and this is a massive plate. Like I feel
Okay.
like this is a lot of.
Oh, wow. He
Like
treats you
my
good.
hand
Yeah.
doesn't
That's a
go
huge plate.
like exactly.
Well, you'll be snacking on that all
Yes.
afternoon, so that's good.
I am
So
pregnant with
delicious.
this child, but good Lord.
Right. Sankoda says they can downplay Proctor's involvement all they want. Fact is, he was fired for his conduct in this case. Yes. And I think the defense is going to bring this up everywhere they can. And I do think that if the prosecution doesn't call Proctor, I very much believe the defense is going to call
They have to, right?
Proctor for sure. Yeah, so
ugh,
I agree. They can downplay all they want. And they're trying, I'm giving the prosecution credit this morning. They are, you know, walking through the gunk, and they're doing a decent job, but you got a defense coming who knows everything and is ready to fight. So they can try to hide it and get it past people, but so far we've learned from people in court that it seems the reporting is that the jurors are more interested and involved and attentive when it's the defense's turn. Like every time, from what's been said for those that were in the courtroom. So, that's not good for a prosecution at all. At all. So I think that's interesting. Shanka says, I want to see how Brennan is going to explain why he is not calling the original ME. Exactly. I think he's just using this guy as the ME too. Because look, guys, he's a supervisor for the Massachusetts State Police. Clearly, he's credible. He's been doing this for a long time.
One
he
and
knows,
done.
right? Ugh.
No.
Oh, yeah, it's going to look really, really not great. Really not great. And I think they're going to have to call their crash expert. Is it going to be, does anybody know, is it just going to be Trooper Paul, or did prosecution hire their own crash reenactment people? Because I know defense has ARCA. This prosecution, so they don't have to rely on Trooper Paul, who I do plan on us watching his cross front, or his testimony from the last trial, because oh my goodness. Oh, excuse me. Okay, right? When he said he was doing traffic duty at the airport, I thought that was weird. But I don't know, maybe that's part of the gig. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. So who all thinks AJ is going to make Bukkake? Damn it, Kelly. Stop making me say Bukkake. Read all of the tasks. I think so. I think so. Because I do know that there are more. He did not say nice things.
Shunka does.
Shunka does. Everybody raise their hands. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I definitely think that's going to happen. Oh boy.
Excuse me, my snacks.
Excuse me. Oh, it's almost time. I do have my glass of wine chilling in the fridge for my midday Moscato. Oh, wait till we get back into court. How about that? Okay, let's see. Polly says, I think we will see an issue, though, when the defense asks questions this guy can't answer. He can't testify to what Proctor said he did. There are no reports. I expect a lot of objections. Right. But, okay. Here's my question. And I'm just foggy because of the other trials, right? So, usually the lead investigator, not everyone who does a report has to be read by that person, because basically the lead investigator is the liaison, right? They're given that grace to testify to other things in the investigation that other people did. Okay, but we also know that Proctor wrote a lot of reports. He wrote all of them. So I would think his supervisor, who's testifying on all this other bullshit, would be able to testify to his reports too. But I could be wrong. They're also in a different state, and different rules in different places, which is annoying, but that's true. But usually they're given some sort of, extra privilege, if you will. But you all watched the Microdots reenactment. Very interesting. Yeah, I think we did. Not on here, not on the show, but it was going around in the Courtyard Discord, I believe. That was very interesting. Also this weekend, I think what I'm going to do, I know there's a bunch of police officers, former police, I don't know, detectives, whatever you want to call them, all over YouTube apparently commenting on this. And I'd be curious to see what some of them have to say about some of, not even just their protocol, like what they did, but demeanor and things like that. Because you've done a bad job when you have other LEO being like, dude, WTF. Like, you fucked up. All right, because they love that thin blue line. All right, let's be honest. That's how it goes. Like, you don't want to talk super ill of people in your field. But I hear they're being slammed left and right all over. All over in that community. That's embarrassing. Oh, he can't read all of Proctor's texts that he wasn't a part of that are bad. Oh, I was under the impression they were all in that same chat group thing, but
I was too, so that's interesting.
oh yeah, that's some of the people I was referring to. Shanka was Duty Ron and Ed Wallace, because I love Ed Wallace. He's a New York forensic pathologist, I think. Anyway, yeah, he seems very pissed about. I haven't watched any of his stuff, but I've seen like the thumbnails, and now he's grown out a beard and his hair. I don't know if this case has made him like lose his mind or what. But yeah, I mean it's happening.
I
Oh,
thought the
okay.
supervisor was in that same group. I thought it was like a huge group.
That's what I was under the impression of, but they're not clear. So
It's not.
no, not clear at all. Maybe they were separate ones, or maybe he like left the group chat. I don't know. I mean, if he didn't have any responses to what Proctor said at the time and just gave a thumbs up, that doesn't mean anything in my book. Okay? I will put thumbs up all over the place sometimes just to let somebody know I read it. It doesn't mean I'm like, yeah, love that.
Yeah, I approve of that.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like, okay, got it. Now, if it would have been a laughy face emoji, let's go to Llama's emoji school. Okay, classes in session.
Please. Amos, are you
Classes
here?
in session. If it was anything else, I'd be like, ooh, what? But a thumbs up is literally the most basic thing you could send to somebody. And then there's the basic
It's just
smiley
an
face.
acknowledgement.
That one. That's the second basic thing you can send to somebody, which is like minimum effort, minimum caring in the world.
The Amos face.
Amos, I'm looking at you. Just kidding. But yeah, I don't, even him just thumbs upping it, I'm going to give the guy some slack, because I wouldn't want somebody to think my thumbs up meant like I liked it. I know that's the context, right? Because I tell you guys all the time, hit the thumbs up button so we like it. I get it. But in normal conversations, that's not what it really means most of the time. Oh, there we are. That's the basic smiley face. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
It's actually a lot cuter right there on that.
Cuter than the Discord one.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny. It shows different here than it does on the YouTube chat. for
Oh,
me.
that's not true, Sam. You do use a lot of them. I love it. I love all your emojis. That smiley face right there that she uses, that's Sam's laughy face.
It is. It's
She's
cute.
like one of the few that use that for everything. I usually use the side laughy face with the tears when it's really good. So that that is hers. I love it. They need a bruh emoji. Oh my gosh. No, keep them out of my emojis.
Depending on how you say it, there are those.
That's true. Well, I guess I should have the stream pulled up again, right?
This is the
Ceiling fan is back. They're not
this
back
is
yet.
the
They should be
you
in
know
a minute.
bruh.
Unmute this. Oh. What? Okay. I also like the side smile one. Like I'm up to no good. I can't do it in the camera. That's weird. That's one of my fave. Okay.
I know which one you're talking about. So yeah.
Oh, that's
obviously.
true. That is my second one, right? You either get the roly emoji with the crying eyes laughing, or you get my that's my
Is this the one you're talking about?
That is the one. But you use that one more than I do, but it is one of my
The one I like the most is not a smiley face, but this one.
Oh yeah. I use that one too with the rolling eyes at the same time.
Really?
I very much do. You like to use the melty one.
I do. None of mine are like, excuse me, are like cute. They're all like, really? Seriously?
Well,
what does that say?
What does that say? Terry's got her dual pink hearts. Love that. I don't know which one you just put in there, Sam, because see, it just shows up as a square.
It's the melty one.
Oh, it's the melty one. Oh, too complex.
It showed up as a. Why are all of these showing up for me in StreamYard?
StreamYard doesn't like to do a lot of emojis, especially our like member only ones. You notice it's always 2 dots, what it is or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just a StreamYard thing. They work in the regular chat just fine, but
no, but like
I don't know. I don't know why it does what it does.
So weird. Anyway.
Oh boy, it's feeling.
All right,
oh, wait, why does it show up in your StreamYard but not mine?
That's what I was just saying. Like, I just realized today they're showing up.
Click on Sam's. Bring Sam's
up. Yeah.
up.
All right, hold on.
Okay, it still shows a square for me. Does it show square for you?
So no.
Like it's
sometimes
showing the
it
melty
does,
face
but
right
today
now?
it shows the melty face. Yeah.
What?
That's so weird.
I feel left out. No, I think we should write StreamYard an angry letter.
And Sam says she sees.
Are you using a PC or a Mac?
PC.
Okay.
I don't know, man.
Well, all right. Yes, I get you guys see it. It's just me. You don't include me in anything.
This is a llama problem. Yeah.
It's fine. I don't want to be at your stupid emoji party anyway.
Yeah, you. You are the emoji party. You're the one telling everybody the proper emojis.
I am the emoji party.
You have to teach, you know?
That's true. All right, let me go get a beverage before they.
I don't think Amos is here, or we would have heard about.
Oh yeah.
Her displeasure with
She'd
us
be
right now.
blowing up the chat with her basic ass.
Yeah, she was.
Verb.
Okay. I agree, Polly Pie. I don't know. Do you have? I don't know that you have one. Oh, that's not one. I don't know how we got to this point, but Sam, she does do the Purple Heart. How did we get to this conversation? She does that and this. Gracious. I wonder if Llama's coming back with her beverage as the midday Moscato.
Okay.
I have noticed that. Is it your Is it the Moscato?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's acceptable.
You know,
It's
it's a
2
good thing if
p.m.
any of my friends get kidnapped and have to, or murdered, and somebody's pretending to be them for a ransom note or whatever. I'll know if they're really them by what emojis they use. I will. I will.
Yep.
So.
That is not the smiley face she uses.
Right? We've had how many conversations about this? You know, because the thumbs up is like somebody responding back to you in text and it just says K.
What?
K.
I'm like, Shunka, we couldn't help find your murderer then.
Well.
Or, you know, find your impersonator.
Oh, maybe we need like a ransom emoji, right? Like if you're in trouble, an SOS emoji. That doesn't look suspicious, right? You have to remember it can't look suspicious.
Shut up.
If I don't get 3 edits from Annie first, I'm calling the cops. That's so true.
None of you are my friends.
Or
where's Cap'n? I'm waiting for Cap'n to pop up after that one.
She's probably putting it and then deleting it 3 times.
Shut up.
Oh my goodness. They are not on time.
I
It is
know.
2:07. We still have to get through this, and I want to get to cross today. I need some spiciness in my life, and I feel like I haven't gotten it today.
I think the chat provided you with plenty of spice earlier.
Oh yeah, chat, you've been super spicy and great today. I'm not bored because of you guys. I'm bored with Brennan today. I'm like, ugh. Opening packages and all that. Oh, goodness. Oh, we got an update from Kelly.
I saw that earlier, but I wasn't.
Kelly said, I just read on Twitter that prosecution will not call Higgins, Proctor, Brian Albert, Colin, Brian Tolley. So if defense calls them, they will be very limited to what they can ask. I don't believe, not if it's the defense's case in chief. I don't believe. I believe that, so like when they go to cross them, so like when they go to cross a prosecution witness, they're limited in what they can ask based on what the prosecution has opened the door on regarding that. But I think the defense can, and then prosecute, then those rules switch to where a prosecution can only ask questions based on the ones that defense asks. No?
I'm not sure. I feel like that's correct. But I don't know that I've said it out loud.
I mean, I would hope that that's the case, because again, you have a right to your defense and face your accusers and all that. How do you not call people who are in the damn house? I know. I mean, why not call Brian Albert? Why are you so nervous about it? I don't get it. I don't get it. What'd y'all have for lunch today? I had a Caesar salad from Wendy's last night. Well, I mean, I had Elbow Feet pick it up last night, and I saved it for lunch today on purpose.
The first
yes, they mentioned Totally too. I don't know. They mentioned Totally a lot, but I am not familiar with who he is in this story. I mean, I know he's an LEO, but like, I don't really know. Oh, that's too bad, Shunka. Right? Why did only Jen get the hot seat? Exactly. Though, I guess if defense is pointing fingers at the Bryans, then prosecution wouldn't call them for that purpose. But yeah, I believe the defense can call whoever they want and ask whatever questions they want when it's their turn. She probably volunteered. Oh my goodness.
That seems to be the general consensus.
She's just telling the same thing she tells everyone every time. It doesn't change, you guys. Doesn't change. She's just a soccer mom.
Yep.
Or a sports mom, she said. I don't know, some dumb shit like that. I mean, sports moms can be awful. I don't know why she thinks that makes her a good person. Sports parents, a lot of them can be awful.
Any competition parents.
Yes, yes. And it's really awful for the kids. Like in any sort, not just sports, but like dance and like all across the board. Adults lose their damn mind over kids' things that don't freaking actually matter in the grand scheme of things. They will lose it. It's embarrassing. I feel so bad for the kids when they have parents like that. Oh, we are unmuted. Thank you. Oh, I gotta bring it up. Get it together, Llama. Oh yeah, day 12. Okay. There we go. Oh, I am gonna go potty real quick. I'll be back.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 1054. And before we begin, Trooper Mechanic, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is, at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 1054, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
$11.46, please. $12.06, please. $12.07. 1210, please. Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced into evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there, to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Buchanan. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in that item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I move this as evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
No, no further questions. Okay. Here we go, guys.
Whenever you're ready, Mrs. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Buchnick.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, I didn't realize my
I
camera
want to
was
talk
on.
to you
Sorry,
for a
guys.
second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case is concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, you know, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff, where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person. Yes.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank, yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case,
Sir, get rid of the
in this
smug smile.
investigation,
Come on.
have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent. Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
It is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence, we follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? To the right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
That's the most
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why
Yes, that is one possibility.
Okay, let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected, pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So, in your mind, well, let me ask you this. He's a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, correct?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022. He was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael.
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that,
No,
so.
I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case, correct?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
By like an hour, 15 minutes.
He was on call.
He was.
January 29, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant? Okay.
Sustained to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask you
Jackson.
again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Objection.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Buchanan, you don't want to answer my question, correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
You missed the word.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
Oh, it's getting hot.
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay.
Well, it looks like I'm going to be
You're
drunk
aware
again
of
today before court's over,
the
because, oh my God.
search warrants that were
Wow.
drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted? in
Search warrants
support-
and affidavits,
In support of the search warrants?
correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Goodness. Jackson gets me all fired up.
Sergeant Buchanan, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thank
the
you,
court's
sir.
permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for, generally, Verizon records for Ms. Reed's cell phone.
It's wine time for everybody. Just go ahead, pour yourself a glass. Who cares what time it is? We're all going to need it.
No,
and it's the
I would not
Massachusetts
agree
way,
with you,
so
sir.
we're fine.
What is that search warrant for?
Well, the Canton way.
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
Oh, yes, very serious. Very serious. Oh, yeah, I think so, Sam. I think that's what he's getting at.
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
No,
I
this is
understand
not your
that, but I'm
first time in
asking
court
which
ever.
document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Because now you're just trying to be combative, but you also look incompetent.
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery? His
I'm
name?
sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Is that what you're saying?
Well, for one, it's not signed, so I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court, with a stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to
I
be.
didn't even know your
what you've
department
shown
knew
me
what
here, I don't
timestamps
know what
were.
this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
Not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3.
Anytime.
Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address, so yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
He is so going to be back here tomorrow morning at this rate. And we'll be here for it.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematics system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stoughton District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google and some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Sure, you know who it is. Yes, let's all say it together, class.
Again, this search
Trooper
warrant is not
Michael
signed, so,
Proctor.
but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please.
Does he think these are all bogus? You know how much trouble you'd be in?
Does that appear to
if
be a
these were
report?
bogus?
Authored by Nicholas Guarino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Guarino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab
Shocking.
8, if you don't mind.
Sorry, guys, I have to do some stretching. It's not.
Do you see a similar report
It's not
by
great looking.
Trooper Guarino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, pardon me, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind turning to tab 10, please. Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
Have like a shorter.
It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
I agree.
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
This is so tedious, but like in the best way. He's
Do you
like,
see a
"Say my
document
name."
referencing
Well, say his name.
the analysis of Canton Town Library videos?
Say his name. Say his name. Oh, I almost stopped the video with my singing. I shouldn't do that then. They're like, no Destiny's Child, please. Goodness. Come on, sir.
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected, yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
All right. Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
It's hard to fire an
I
officer,
would
so when
say
they do,
so, based on this copy's information on there, yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those
Actually,
items were submitted
forgot a
by
word.
Michael Proctor from his custody and control
Forgot a
to the
word.
crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100+ reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents.
shut
yes.
your
If
pie
not all-
hole.
if not all.
Of the
If
ones
not.
that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, is that correct?
No. Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I
sure
don't think
you
you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a
That wasn't a very
police
nice look.
officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And the way they
And-
called y'all?
On January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that
Okay.
binder to be in the witness's way. At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though, police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster.
He's like, I got time.
In this case,
We all got
even
time,
though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action. Not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? written on a piece of paper?
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of...
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
This guy does not want to play ball today. He is so stubborn. Oh my goodness. Sir, you're not making yourself look great. If I was in a jury, I'd be like, why is this, officer being so damn skeevy for? He is pulling a page out of Jim McCabe's book, that's for sure. I'm sorry, but I'm going to need to see the report, please. And the way he acted like he didn't know how to read the paper. Like, sir, how many of those have you seen in your career? Get out of here. And what? Are you going to say that they're not legitimate? That they faked all these legal papers? Get out of here. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. How many times? We should have kept... Oh, man. We should have kept the account of how many times he said Michael Proctor's name. It was so many already. Yeah, he's definitely going to be on the stand tomorrow. He's definitely going to be on the stand tomorrow. They still have so much shit to go through with him. I would think anyway. I would think the defense would. And at this rate... Oh my gosh. Which, if I was this officer, if I was him, all right, you know how bulldog this defense is. And obviously, this officer is very arrogant.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
I was going to say, don't let the defense have overnight to think of questions to ask you, buddy. Don't do that.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I like how Jackson told on him to the judge. Judge, please make sure he answers my questions.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th,
January
2022?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and two witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Buchanan. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to at least one of them while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
Right. I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people.
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive. And the other two,
Right before he was last seen alive.
one of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and two of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same two individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive at the waterfall, correct?
All three of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all three of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all three people, all three, were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the three people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first three interviews that you did, the first three civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned
Right.
talking to three people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All three were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right. Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these three individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting, so cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assistant?
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes, yes.
That's a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
By the way, if you hear shouting, elbow feet home. And he is worked up. As we all are.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Buchanan, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital, is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? Was it on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. May I approach?
Yes.
Jackson's face is a little red. I do think he's very frustrated
Take a look at that photograph, please.
with this guy. Not that I blame him. I would be too. This guy's being ridiculous right now.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered into evidence.
No objection.
Show the class, please.
Well, that's being marked when we approach very
Oh,
briefly.
maybe it won't be shown if John's in the photo. Maybe that's why. Oh boy. How many of you in chat are frustrated right now? I am. I'm burning up, and it's only 64 degrees here, but it feels... The heat is on, is all I'm going to say. This guy's a pain in the ass. Do you think... Oh, hey, one of you Xers, is there a report about the jury right now? Like somebody observing them? Lady in Gray's usually our Xer, but she's not around this afternoon. Terry's livid. JT raises his hand. Yes. Yes. I wonder what the jury's thinking right now. Because I'd be a little frustrated too when people are this like dodgy and then he just seems like, I don't know what you're talking about. Not a fan of him. Doesn't know the word colloquialism. I can't even say it. Why am I judging him? Can't even say it right now. But that's going to be our word of the day. Colloquialism. See, slowly. It's not a word I use often, but I do know what it means. And they've used it like a billion times in this trial, more than I've ever heard this word used in a trial, ever. Even 2 times would probably be more than I've ever heard in a trial. But you don't need to do that, Amy. We got lots of extras in here. Don't subject yourself to that. Other people are taking it for the team. What do you have to
Your Honor, with
hide?
permission, may I publish?
Yes.
That's true.
Sergeant Buchanan, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
Oh, there's more than one TV. Okay.
Yes. You worked earlier.
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here
Okay.
what that is.
Do you believe as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
It's your buddy. He specifically said there was scratches earlier when he observed the body. Because I thought, oh, that's interesting. Hadn't
Oh,
heard
the laser
anything
point?
about that before.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the 2 shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The 2 of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag? What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and
The
belt
welcome
and
back,
boxer shorts?
Danny.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your, the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet, you laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
I have just a moment.
Yes.
I'm so mad I didn't get to take notes for the first part of this. I'm gonna
No,
have to go
it was,
back.
I'll save you a click. It was Michael Proctor's name 200 times.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible.
I
Did
was
you
just-
testify at
That's
a
all you
hearing
need.
last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context and the question, I might have estimated it to be
Okay.
around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used. And
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. May I approach?
Yes.
Highlighted portion, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You guys shot guys.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollection as to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
that refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about, your prior testimony, it was about 10 p.m.?
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to, you know,
You
whatever he had to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point, they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that
And
area.
of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th, is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Cheetos sounds good.
Your Honor, may I inquire of the clerk, please? I'll do it easier.
Okay.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Look at the bike.
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly.
No, he's sleepy.
That's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, the back and forth conversation.
I see.
All right, Sam. Because I pay attention to a lot of things, apparently. He didn't need to see shit when he was testifying for the prosecution. Didn't you see a damn thing? And now he's like, oh, I don't even know what was happening. I don't know.
I did hear that he is not lead investigator. He was case officer.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tomato, tomato. Right. Just answer. Why are y'all still protecting this guy? Well, I guess because it'll make everything else they ever did look bad, too. So, he already lost 5 days vacation for that text chain. No. Right? He thinks Jackson's being tough on him now. Jackson keeps until tomorrow morning. Jackson's going to be on fire tomorrow, and I'm
May I
here for
approach?
it.
Yes.
Sir? Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer's not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence, so I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily, so they would know that, hey, it's dried, let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Me too, girl. Me too. I need to know what
Do
the
you
jury's
have any
thinking.
kind of log to
Should be.
document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before the fact.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log or the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so
you.
Why?
it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
No.
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
I think that's helpful for you.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Okay.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the
some of
third. Okay, what about the fourth?
The fourth was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all three dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask him individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
Did you? I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, or your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport.
He was actually in the Sallyport, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022? January 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends?
Sustained, ask it to.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I'll take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in a car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
Right, he can drive by, see a little piece of plastic, driving actual speed.
He
But
indicated
nobody
to
could
you
see John's
that
body.
he was driving by and saw
And a
a
little bit of
small
smell.
piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz, after you learned this information about him driving by, did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Nobody likes asking
Did you
people
question Chief
questions.
Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, Sergeant, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from these parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry?
I object.
Sister.
Hey, Jen.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet, it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, Your
Yes,
Honor.
all right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Yes,
Thank
we
you, Honor.
will.
That's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this.
Shouldn't dilly-dally around answering those questions, sir.
Research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. And again, Sergeant.
All rise for the court, please. Parents, close your notebook, follow me.
Can I see counsel about scheduling, please?
Nope. And
Yes,
there we
please.
go. Yes, you can. Maybe come back and argue something. That would be great. Actually, no, I don't need any
Yeah.
arguments today.
Mhm.
Oof.
Kelly B,
boy.
what was the takeaway?
Okay, so the takeaway is this guy's dodgy AF. Okay.
Yes.
And, here's the thing. Okay, I'm sure people don't like their jobs being criticized or their departments or whatever. But I feel like he's being too dodgy that it's like, why? Why are you being this way? If everything's all fine, up to code, up to standards,
Mm-hmm.
then what's your problem here? You should be able to stand up for the work that you've done, the work that your department has done, and be like, oh yeah,
Nope.
no, not at all. And there's no friggin' logs for anything. By the way, that's standard, guys. All right, there should be a log for every single thing always. I mean, they should even have logs of like who comes into the scene. Like that's one person's job. For most crime scenes, is they're the one person who marks down who came in, what time, everything. That's their whole job.
So when I was gone, I was obviously listening. What warrant were they trying to get him to say was signed by Proctor?
Numerous ones, I believe. The
Okay.
warrant for the Ring camera.
And he was just refusing to call it a warrant?
Yeah,
Or
he
refusing
was
to
like,
say it was signed?
he was like, these documents, because of their state, they're just copies, and it's kind of hard for me to read what this is even supposed to be. But I guess that if you say it is, then I guess it is.
I heard him say it was like it's an affidavit or something like that.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't remember all the search warrants affidavit they listed, but it was quite a few that all had Proctor's name on it. I think except for one, which was Garino. But I think that too was signed off by Proctor. But in case you didn't know, you're not the lead unless you do 51% of the things.
So he's saying that Proctor didn't do 50. That Proctor did less than 51%.
Yes. That's his. That was his example of what makes somebody the lead. If they do 51% or more, but like that's not even. Yeah, like it's stupid shit like that.
So
who
was it? Is he trying to say it was 50-50 and take half the blame for this shit show on us? Like,
no, actually, he said there were numerous people working on this. So it wasn't even just the two of them, it was everybody that was working on it. Michael Proctor would have to be doing 51% for him in his mind. Jesus. Oh, my little llama. I'm fine. You are so lucky I am on camera right now, little dude. Okay. You know the rules about being a creep on. Well, mommy. I know you were quiet, buddy.
He's like, that's the
Yes,
problem.
it is a problem when you're being sneaky like that to mom. Oh, he even came into the front door all quiet. He planned that. Better be careful. I'm gonna make you take the witness stand. You don't want to hear my questions. Let's see, what else do we have? Canton PD also found crucial evidence. Proctor did most of the work. Things weren't logged that should have been. Also, like, okay, so the chief of police is driving down this road at what? Minimum 20 or probably around 25 miles an hour because it's a residential area. Un momento, it looks like they're done with court, I think. Because it showed the lawyers and it went back up to Finn. But, so police chief's driving along at least 25 miles an hour, probably, because it's residential, and he spots a flashy red thing in the snow on February 3rd or 4th. I don't remember which one they said. Okay. And that's when they started, like, excavating the yard, right? And if you go back to the pictures of when they were finding all the stuff in the yard, I mean, there's still 2 feet of snow almost in that yard, right? Because remember how deep it was, and they were finding it there, and you just saw that driving by. But yet, how many cars of people didn't see a grown-ass man,
body,
a whole, like, and he's a big dude, he's like 6'2", that's pretty big. Didn't see him in snow so deep you could track a cat.
Yeah.
What? Are you serious? Get out of here. That's crazy. Doesn't make no sense to me. Yeah, it does seem like he's being suspicious, and it's just like, why are you being, you know that the defense's theory is that you are all corrupt, conspiring, this is her being framed, and then you want to go and act all dodgy on the stand? You're not doing yourself any favors. He's afraid of losing more vacation time. Right? What kind of BS consequences is that?
Garbage. Absolutely.
Right. But they didn't classify a crime scene until later that day, right? Sam says the takeaway is, yes, something stinks. And I think it's the mess this guy just did. Yeah, it is.
That was cute.
Yeah, it is. But he says they have so many people working on it. Then he said there was only 4 and not enough manpower. Yeah. And why did they not call back? So it's what? These 4 detectives or whatever they are. They're going out and excavating the whole yard instead of, I don't know, having the CERT people do it. You know? So according to Jen, John was not a big guy. He's 6'2", right? That's a big guy.
I mean, I'm not huge, but like, that's a big dude.
Yeah, that's a big guy. And he seemed like he was, you know, in shape and stuff, like, you know, broad and you know, muscular and stuff. Like he definitely had to weigh over 200 pounds, I'm sure. Being 6'2".
I forgot she said that, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's a big dude.
Ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. Oh my goodness. I don't even know. I got lost in the comments, you guys. Yeah, it was sad just seeing John's legs in that photo from the hospital. Yeah, it was. And they keep saying that he is like gravely injured. Why do they keep saying that? Because they act then that, like, I mean, he's dead, right? Am I understanding that correctly? I don't know. They just keep, every time they bring it up, it seems like, oh, he had a chance when he was at the hospital, which is confusing. Because if you're telling me he was outside for 5.5 hours and there was a chance he's
Mm-hmm.
still alive and they did their best, okay. But if there was like like he did stand a chance, then I doubt he could have been out there for like 5 hours like that. I don't know. It's very confusing how I keep saying that. Oh, maybe because he didn't have a Buddha belly like the rest of the guys did. Maybe. Yeah, being a big guy, how did he get hit and thrown that far? I mean, that's a good
That's fun.
physics is not my strong suit. Not even close. Not even close. But it does be like, oh, you know, it's different, right? If I was to hit Annie with my car, she'd go flying because she's like this big.
No.
I'm just kidding.
I tried to add an inch the other day.
You what?
The doctor was like, "How tall are you?" And I was like, "I don't know, maybe 5'2", 5'3". We'll say 5'3", and she's like, 5'2".
Ma'am. Oh my.
Anyway,
Started playing those
I don't know what
voicemails from Karen.
Amos is 4 hours behind on the live stream.
Who is?
Amos.
Amos and Buffy. I saw Buffy was trying to play catch up all day because she has stuff going on. I know. Gosh, these people having lives. What are they thinking? So tomorrow we're gonna have Sergeant Buchanan back on the stand again. I think he shouldn't have tried to be so dodgy, because I think Jackson's gonna come up tomorrow, refreshed in the morning, ready to go. Ready to
I'm
go.
here for it.
Yeah, so I do think tomorrow is going to be a spicy morning, you guys, because they still have a lot of stuff that he tests, because he was on the stand all morning. Yeah, it's from the time court started today at 9 o'clock. He's been on the stand all day. Prosecution didn't even stop asking questions till they came back from lunch. So he's probably going to be on there quite a bit tomorrow, for sure. And I do think you were right. I think he's using this guy to put Michael Proctor's name out there everywhere. Because I think defense knows that they plan on not calling Proctor.
That's crazy.
It's so crazy. And calling him former Trooper Proctor.
Okay, that was so good.
It was so good.
Trooper Proctor. I mean, former Trooper Proctor.
Yeah. Because, I mean, everybody has to know how hard it is for a law enforcement officer to get fired. Like, it is hard. You have to do a lot of not great things to get fired. So, because, there's like unions, all sorts of, shit, plus like, honor or whatever. I think they're a little overprotected if you ask me, but whatever. We're not here to talk about that. So what do you think? I'm not going to, oh gosh, I don't know.
I don't know either. I think if they kept going, it would have been the defense.
Yeah, I think we need to wait until tomorrow. So I will say, I think that prosecution won the first half. Okay, because they had all these pieces of tail light and pictures, and we're not going to argue of whether or not you think they were planted it. We're just going with what the prosecution said they had at the time. And that's finally bringing in evidence of their theory that she backed into him and hit him that way. It's the first time they actually have, I think, evidence that could sway people to that. But then now we have defense in, who is really making like, okay, so maybe this guy, because he was fine with the prosecution. He answered. He didn't have to look at a single thing.
Until.
Not a single thing. He didn't even care. He was like, yeah, sure, whatever you say. Whatever I say I did. I'm good. Everything by memory. Gosh, and he sure did remember what him and Proctor all did together all day.
Yeah.
Until defense starts asking things. So I guess I would give the day a little bit to the prosecution, but not by much, because again, these, as defense is pointing out, these evidence logs, who had what, when we reported what, that's really what it boils down to, right? Because you know what, you can say that, oh, these are the pieces from her car, even though we haven't actually had them matched to her car, which is important, all right? Because we can't just assume, like the police, that these belong to her. They could be from any taillight, because accidents happen all the time. Garbage is found on the road. Specifically, I'm talking about the ones that were found on the road. Yard, that's a little bit hard of a hump to get over. It is. But, so I give them a little bit of a win. Oh, and you know what? Prosecution will get the win too, because they played out the bar video showing how much she had to drink, which was a lot.
Yeah.
It was a lot. So far, those two things are helping them a little bit, but I wouldn't give them very high percentages.
Like I said, I think if it wasn't 4:00, the defense would have probably kept going and ended up.
Yes, I think so. I mean, look at how because, okay, so before he came on, right, we were all talking about him. It was like, he seems fairly credible, you know?
Until,
it's like, yeah, I got nothing. I'm here to tell the story. I got nothing to hide. I'm just doing my job. I know my shit. And then defense comes around, and his credibility starts going down and down and down, just because of how combative he is, how avoidant he is. Not a good look. Not a good look. Do you have any other questions, Annie? Or thoughts? Oh, I feel like there was another one, but I can't remember what it was.
No, I think we caught. I mean, I missed part of that cross, so I have to go back. But
again, it was him handing him pieces of paper and being like, "Whose name is on this? Say his name. Say his name."
So they were just trying. Really, the whole point of the cross today was just trying to get him to hammer his name in.
Yes, that is exactly what the first 30 minutes was. It was like, here's a search warrant. What's the name? Here's an affidavit. What's the name?
Okay.
Yeah, that's literally what the first, 30 minutes, at least, was of his testimony, as how many times you can get to. And they didn't really, they did say a few things of what was in them, but that wasn't the point. You know what I mean? So they weren't, in depth of, what each one.
So did it show any that he had signed?
No.
Since, he did so much?
No. Oh. They're all signed by Proctor, except for, one or whatever. Bye, Shanka. Hope to see you tomorrow morning, because it's going to be spicy.
Awesome.
Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so that's basically, what happened. And then you came in just kind of when things were starting to, be talked about, so...
Fair enough. Well, I mean, but I don't have anything, but I know tomorrow is going to be fun.
Tomorrow is going to be fun. I think we're going to have a good Friday tomorrow, and I'm ready for it. I can't
it is Friday tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's Friday.
Lovely.
Surely this can't be the last prosecution witness. Right?
I don't know, dude.
Guys, if they rest tomorrow, I'm going to lose my mind. I feel like
it would not surprise me.
Yeah, because I think they were using Buchanan as multiple people.
Yeah, which is just stupid. Well, I don't know. Maybe they have a strategy that I just can't comprehend, and it'll be great. I don't know, but it seems stupid to me right now.
Yeah, it does seem stupid to me too, but because then it only plays into the defenses that everybody's corrupt and it's a conspiracy when you want to hide people from talking about it.
They have, oh dear.
I agree, Kelly. I agree. There's no way, but
they have this entire witness list that they sent out.
Oh, they will need to call a DNA person. Yeah, they are going to need to call.
They can call Turtle Boy. I was waiting for that.
Rude.
Rude.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to call someone like that. I feel I would need that to happen. Because again, everyone's probably wondering, like, also, what did he die from? Was it a head, actually, like a traumatic brain
Oh,
injury?
yeah.
Because, like, he's not that wounded. You know what I mean? Like, the gash in the back of the head's not great, but it didn't look like he bled to death. You know what I mean? Like, his clothes and the snow did not imply that that happened. So, like, did he have a brain bleed? I don't know. Oh, the person who reconstructed the tail light too. Yeah, that's what I need to know. Well, I hope they don't rest tomorrow, but I just feel like we're going to be disappointed.
I don't know. Kelly.
A reenacting person? I hope so. I don't know. If you guys get word of who else they still have, please let me know. So, he supposedly lost 4 liters of blood? Oh, wow. Okay. It didn't really look like it on his clothes to me. But then again, maybe I need better pictures of them. They did put them up kind of fast, and I had other stuff going on. There just didn't seem to be that much blood in the snow for somebody to bleed that much. I mean, we do still have 5 weeks, but remember, Bev told the jurors yesterday that we're actually way ahead of schedule.
Insane.
Is what she
Absolutely.
said.
Okay.
So,
We'll see.
and she only knows that from what the prosecution is saying. Oh, we're going to bring, so and so. So, we'll see.
Okay.
I don't want it to be over. I want to see more witnesses. I just feel like they're never going to give us who we really want to see.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
saw something today that the jurors went in the main entrance with everybody else today.
That's weird.
Interesting. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Just thought it was interesting. I forgot to mention it.
That is interesting. Though it is an ordered courthouse. So you're telling me they use a different door?
Apparently, that's what it read as. I'd have to go find it again. Well, don't hold on because I don't know if I can find it again.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, kiddos, I think that's all we got for today. Lots to think about. I'm so looking forward to the morning tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it
Me
because
too.
this morning was a snooze fest. Opening all those evidence packages. It's exhausting. But again, there's no true crime and wine time tonight, so please enjoy your evening. We will be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time for day 13. Ooh, I know it's not Friday the 13th tomorrow, but it is day 13 on Friday. So maybe that'll mean something, maybe not. Don't mind me. I probably shouldn't have said that out loud.
It was the jurors, but no. So more information. It was the jurors. They had to walk through the main entrance with the metal detectors today. Nobody was allowed to talk to them. So it really wasn't that interesting.
At our felony courthouse, the jurors all come through the normal door and go through screening and stuff. So
I don't know about ours.
But we have like our courthouse is way bigger than this one that
ours is
they're in. So.
Well, our capital city courthouse is much bigger. Some of the ones around here are not.
Yes, I live in a very big county, so ours is much bigger. So, but all right, you guys. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Appreciate you so much. We will see you tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Get ready for it. Bring your snacks, blanket, and popcorn, because y'all, Jackson's probably going to be on fire. So, until then, everybody, go forth and be amazing and have a wonderful Thursday night. And we will see y'all tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.